Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
If Height does not win this is such a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, but he could even lose this. 98!
No, that's too much.
David, I don't know what to say.
I need a moment to recover from that.
This couldn't be right. Oh,
Whoa, Queen H1.
I'm out. I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow.
What a great move.
And then Rook takes G3 back. And the Queen's trapped. That is one of the most amazing Queen traps I've seen.
Oh,
Wait, B5. Oh my gosh. He's losing a piece. And look at him. He looks away. He can't believe it.
Oh my God.
Nihal trying to give checks, but actually now the pawn is moving forward. The pawn cannot be stopped. Bishop D6.
Oh, you win the time!
He loses on time.
What did we just witness? I think that White's position is about to collapse.
Yeah, but he sacrifices again, but
Oh
it's not a
my
sacrifice.
God.
It's a double attack.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We have a ridiculously exciting semifinal for you today. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, alongside me, the one and only FM Anamaya Kazarian. Anamaya, good afternoon to you. Hans Niemann against Arjun Erigaisi today. How excited are you for the second semifinal?
Thank you so much, Danya. Welcome, everyone. I am beyond excited for this matchup. Both players have proven throughout the tournament that they are meant to be in the semifinal. Both players have shown that they have great qualities. They are showing exciting games back and forth. And I'm beyond excited to see who is going to be the winner in this matchup.
Me too. And Arjun had a match yesterday. He defeated IM Mohamed Muradli in very resounding fashion. Hans has had a very difficult journey to the semifinal as well. We can take a look at the bracket. But man, Hans had some crazy matches. And Anamaya, there were 1 H4s and 1 A5s. And what openings didn't he play? But when all was said and done, Hans defeated some very serious players, culminating in Velimir Ivic. What did you think of Hans's matches?
I think they were really interesting, Danya. He showed that he can play whatever he wants and he will still be able to win the matches. I'm really curious to see if he will be changing up the openings once again, or will he play the more normal sort of openings instead of what you mentioned, the H5 and H4 type of openings.
Gosh, I mean, just looking at the bracket, we've had so many incredible matches. I'm looking at some of those first round matchups, and it almost feels like they happened in a different millennium. And that's a great thing. That means we've already watched so much interesting chess. But let's go to the match today, and let's take a look at the insights and talk a little bit about what these players are all about. In terms of experience level, Anamaya, definitely Arjun has the edge, but Hans, maybe a slight edge on the clock.
Right. I feel like the stats are pretty balanced. Indeed, there's a slight edge on the clock for Hans, but more or less the same stats. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Hans has had a lot of different accounts. So this might explain why the total amount of games is slightly less than Arjun's.
That makes a lot of sense. That's actually a great point. So they're both incredibly experienced blitz players. The format is the same as it has always been. There will be 90 minutes of 5+1, followed by an hour of 3+1, culminating in half an hour of 1+1, with the point scoring being the classical 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. And finally, The Smarter Chess Stats, our favorite, brought to you by chessgoals.com. Much maligned, but yesterday, Anamaya, Smarter Chess was right on the money. Your thoughts on today's prediction?
So we see that it's favoring Arjun's. Smarter Chess is predicting a 6.5 to 12.5 lead for Arjun. And I'm really curious to see. So it looks like Smarter Chess is predicting in the shorter time controls that Arjun is going to take the lead there. In a 5+1, it's very balanced. So I'm really curious to see how that will turn out because I believe both players are very skilled. And I think, honestly, that the match is going to be much closer than this score is suggesting.
I completely agree. I mean, Hans has been so incredible again, and if he switches up his openings a little bit, I think we might have another barn burner. And the fact that we might even have a barn burner is thanks to our main sponsor, SIG. The Susquehanna International Group is one of the largest quantitative trading firms in the world. Using strategic games like chess and poker, SIG teaches new hires how to make positive expectancy decisions. SIG promotes a culture of reason, and gaming is a big part of that culture. Visit sig.com/chess to learn more and check out their open jobs. Well, we will check out the first game between Hans and Arjun in just a second here. The players are set. The games are about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, the second semifinal. And, Anamaya, I hope your seatbelt is fastened.
Absolutely, Daya. I'm really looking forward to the start of this matchup. We're starting with the 5+1 portion that is lasting a total of 1.5 hours. So a lot of games are to be played here. And as we see, the players are getting ready. So really looking forward to see the first move very soon.
It's interesting. One stat that I kind of want to do some research on, and maybe we'll get that for you before the final, is how many matches does the player who wins the first game win the match? Because yesterday we had something interesting. Arjun won the first 2 games, then Muhammad responded by winning 2, and Muhammad was actually leading after 9 games. But it almost feels to me like there's definitely in over 50% of matches, the winner of the first game goes on to win the match. That's definitely true in basketball. I'm a big basketball stat nerd. And it would be interesting if the number was really, really high, like 75%. So I'll do some research on that before the final.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting stat. I'm really curious to hear if the stats are correlating as well. But I'm really interested, and it definitely matters. Like if you win the first game, it definitely you put a mark there, it definitely helps a lot in the long run. But yeah, this match is taking quite a lot of time. You have so many games going on. And in the end, the bullet might be the decider, because as the games go on, it might be a very close score. And in the bullet, things will heat up a lot. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Arjun was extremely sloppy yesterday in the second half of the bullet. But we can chalk that up to the fact that he had such a massive lead. It's really, it's impossible to talk about Arjun's bullet strength yesterday because he had an 8 or 9 point lead. The match was in the bag. And if the match were to be within 3 or 2, I think he would be bringing his A game.
Absolutely. And I think Hans has also shown how his good qualities. He had some very convincing matches, and the score was not really a big difference, but he was playing super relaxed, super comfortable, and he had barely he did not have to worry much about the matches overall. So I'm really curious to see how he's going to deal with the match today, because as we have progressed, obviously we're in the semifinals, so there are more things at stake. And as we see, the match has officially started.
Nice, here we go. And a bit of a surprise already in the first game. We see here that Hans playing his vintage Jababa London, and rather than going knight f6, Arjun transposing into a French. Boo! He took on d5. If only there was a French player among the commentators today, that would have been nice. But unfortunately, they didn't think to do that. Oh, wait a second. I already forgot.
You're talking to one of the most loved French players here, Daya. And funnily enough, you would say, like, as a French player, I would dislike this line, but none of that is true because I actually played a French exchange myself. And you can really create exciting games with that, Daya. I can tell you that.
No, I agree. And you know, the reason I'm kind of messing around is also he takes c5 with the knight already on c3 is quite a different animal from e takes d5 on move 2. And there was a recent book that came out by a good friend of mine, Grandmaster Alexander Fishbein, on the exchange French. He lives just across from me in Tennessee. And he came up with some incredibly exciting analysis in the exchange French, really revived it. But with full due respect to him, I'm not sure I'm loving what's going on here with Hans's position. Am I missing anything? Or is he just worse?
No, it's just, I think he's worse. I mean, this is not how I play my exchange friends.
Right.
So that might be changing. Obviously, yeah, so this is not what you want with the white pieces. You want to have more space. And I feel like black has gotten so much space. Obviously, if you're going for the French exchange variation, both players have a lot of space, but in this position it's clear that there is the target on f3. That's a big problem. The pawn structure is not the greatest of white, and typically if you want to make the French exchange very exciting, you want to go for that c4 move very early on, but he was not able to with the knight on c3, so that may be changing things a lot.
That's a great point, because if you're not going c4, then you ruin your pawn structure in main. Now, what Arjun is likely thinking about is whether to take on f3. So if we pull up our analysis board for a second, a lot of people would take without a second thought. But you see, the thing is, a queen trait isn't necessarily in black's favor because the bishop is a pretty strong piece in these kinds of endgames. And, white could respond by taking on c6. And a king from g2 could support all of these pawns. This isn't exactly visually appealing, but I don't think it's the best that black can do. And Arjun, for the time being, refraining from the trade, playing a6, forcing the bishop to decide where it wants to go.
Right. So this begs the question, do you want to take on c6? Obviously, you do not want to take a knight with your bishop deliberately, but it really depends on the nature of this position. And here Hans decides to go to save the bishop and goes to a4. The downside to this is that the bishop is almost destined to go to b3, where it will be hitting the pawn d5, but this is very easy to defend. So this might be becoming a problem for white here.
Yeah, so after b5, bishop b3, rook a, d8, the bishop is almost completely imprisoned. And what could happen potentially is after b5 and rook d8, black could try to move the knight away from c6 and then put a pawn there, and then the bishop is really imprisoned, and it can never, ever get out of the queen side. I mean, it can't go through b1 even because you've got these doubled c-pawns, right?
Absolutely, Daya. So yeah, this is definitely not a great decision by white. Perhaps it was better to trade the bishop for the knight, or at least retreat on the diagonal towards d3 and have a very active position there. So now rook a8 has been played already. This allows white to still take on c6 if that is preferred. It will be wasting a move, but instead we see g4.
This is really ugly. Okay, now he takes on c6. So that was the last stop before the freeway, or before the freeway ended, before Arjun would have played b5 and imprisoned the bishop forever. But this isn't exactly peaches and cherries either. I mean, now white's king is in trouble. And I guess what Hans should try to do is quickly trade as many heavy pieces as he can down the e-file. But even an endgame, I mean, is obviously going to be worse for white. So he's largely playing for a draw here, is Hans.
Righty, I am expecting him to maybe try to go aggressive here. Since he played g4, he might be thinking about moves like knight e5 and then push the bishop away by playing f3 and potentially pushing f4 even. And I'm really expecting him to go for the aggressive approach, which is why Arjun is trying to consolidate with f6, getting rid of that knight and removing the chances of white ever having an attack on the king side.
Yeah, and if white were to take on e4, black would recapture on e5. And were the center to open, I mean, the weakness of the queenside pawns coupled with the problems on the g3 square would, it seems, spell disaster for white. So Han's retreating back to d3. And yet another decision to be made for Arjun. Does he take the knight? I don't think so. And it's important to point out, Anamaya, that a lot of people would say, oh, queen g3 check, I'm winning. But no, you're not, because after queen g2, white keeps everything together. And he does take on d3. A little bit surprising to me. And okay.
He's going for the line, but instead he does not decide to trade queens. He goes queen f4, and he's trying to strengthen the position as much as possible because he wants to hit on those pawns that are very vulnerable on the queen side.
So the immediate threat is queen e3 check, winning the pawn on d3. I guess Hans will play rook a e1, but then Arjun could potentially play what I think is called a collinear move, where you make a move down a certain file, but you don't capture the piece on that file, and there it is.
Wow, that sounds like a really fancy word.
Yeah, I learned this, a couple of years ago. I feel like it's actually a very good descriptor, because these moves are some of my favorite, right? When there's like an anchor pawn and you move a rook to e2. In this case, the queen is the one anchoring the square that you move the rook to, and if you take it, you lose a pawn.
Indeed. So how is white able to defend this? Hans decides to go for a queen h2, which is an attempt to trade queens, but the pawn still falls, and he's going for the counterattack. But is it enough after rook takes c3? You're just defending the pawn on c7.
Yep, crunch, 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 and you don't want to crunch on a3. The one thing you want to avoid if your Arjun is giving white doubled rooks on the 7th, that would be a disaster. But king f8 is a nice move. The rook on e7 is currently imprisoned, and black just has to find a way to make progress. Actually, not so easy, Anamaya, because again, the rook can't leave the c file for the time being.
Right, so that's why Arjun is going for b5. He's trying to create a pass pawn by playing a5 on the next move. As you mentioned, you do not want to leave with the rook and take on a3 because that allows rook takes c7 with the doubled rooks on the 7th rank. But instead, he's going for the pass pawn, and Hans is trying to go for some play on the king side.
And that play is no laughing matter, because real fast, after a5, h5, if you play h6 to try to slow down the h file, the h pawn, you give white's king a very clear pathway to g6, and all of a sudden, at the very least, white now has perpetual check, and maybe even more. So Arjun has to be very careful here. Ooh, this is on the board. Hans is a wizard at creating play. And he might have just succeeded again in complicating the game with this threat of h6.
So I guess Arjun needs to, well, at least not play h6 to allow this maneuver. But if you allow h6, if you allow Hans to play h6, then you have problems along the 7th rank because the rook will infiltrate on h7. So that's why he decides to go king g8. So after h6, he will play g6, even though that's not the best look. It's one of the ways to avoid, infiltration. But I'm guessing you can just simply take the pawn.
Yeah, I guess takes the pawn, because if you go g6, that does give white an anchor point on g7. I mean, it's not pretty to take on h6, but as long as black keeps white's rooks away from the 7th. But again, the evil bar seems to believe that white's got significant counterplay. Maybe you should throw in h6 and after gh go rook h1. And it's slow, but how do you prevent the rook from infiltrating down the h file? Let's see what Hans comes up with. He's down to 50 seconds. He's got to move, and he plays h6.
Both players have been taking their time, and now we see g takes h6 on the board. And the nice thing for black here is that you cannot go white cannot go king f5 because the pawn on f3 is hanging.
Great point. And rook takes h6. Arjun prepares to smoke white's rook off of the 7th rank with rook f7. Maybe white should go down that line, take on f7, and then take both of the pawns on the h file. Instead, he goes after the d pawn. So Hans wants to take this pawn and then shift the rook over to b5 to stop the b pawn in time. He might have drawing chances here.
Absolutely, he has really nice attacking chances here. Black's pawns, you would say they are doing just fine, but they're a little bit loose since the rooks are not able to move around as much, and the rooks are trying to defend them as much as possible. But now after c6, it allows rook b7 to be played, stopping the b pawn.
Ooh, but apparently that was a mistake. b3 looks forced, but now I thought maybe rook h1, rook b1 was an idea. He takes, and he's in time to get to b7, but then black will play rook d3 and go after the d4 pawn and potentially get protected and connected passers on the c and d files. Anima, I think this is winning. Whoa.
King e6
Why-
looks very logical, but this allows king f5,
No,
perhaps?
I guess it's not that, because rook takes f3. Oh, king g3.
Wow.
Oh, and the king is starting to walk around and dislodge the rook from the d3 square. So Arjun his hand is forced. Now, is this winning? This is going to be really close.
You would say that black is still winning because of the two pass pawns being connected as well, but they're not so far ahead. And at the same time, white is creating a pass pawn on the g file, playing g5 very quickly. He goes f5 first.
And the issue for black, but now rook b6 check. No, he goes rook d8, but I think that loses just king e7 and then c4. Wait a minute, d3 and d2, it's over.
Those pawns
is
are
it?
pushing really quickly. Okay, the king f2 move makes things really interesting still. Now c4 is the idea of Arjun.
Oh, and now rook c2, d2, and the pawns are self-sufficient. This is a very famous idea where, like, you can use only the rook. You don't need your king. You can use the rook to push the pawns. And he's also going after Hans's g4 pawn.
Wow, what an
Okay,
incredible
C3.
maneuver by Arjun.
Yeah, he's all sorts of maneuvers, all sorts of gymnastics to try to get the pawns forward. But, oh, in rook e1, you can't take on c4. But Hans,
But how do
is
you make progress here?
clinging.
Rook c1?
Okay, king
C2?
e7 back, rook e4, king d6. There's g5 maybe? Oh, Hans is taking the pawn. But Arjun's going to get his rook to e2 and then play c3. And his pawns
Rook
are too...
C2
Okay, now
now.
d2, it's over. Or is it? Rook f8?
c3?
Oh, knight! King c3, there was d1 knight mate!
Wow.
Oh my god, what a beautiful mate! It didn't happen, but it forced Hans to go off to the side. Oh my god, that was
That was
amazing.
beautiful.
Let me pull up that game in just a second. Holy smokes.
The way that Arjun converted this game in such fashion, he was never in trouble and he played it out almost flawlessly. And it was just beautiful to see how he makes it look so simple. He makes it look very simple. The way that he converted that, it looked super clean.
Wow. And it was. And the key moment happened here after he found rook b2 check. And hopefully he didn't have auto queen on, because after king c3, if you make a queen, then white skewers you with rook d8. But instead you make a knight. And not only is that check, that is actually mate. Look at this mating construction where all pieces are participating. And because of that, Hans was forced to move to the other side. Another check, rook d3, intercepting the d file, and white's pawns are too far away. And amazing stuff here in game one. Arjun wins the first game.
Absolutely. Both players had a really showed a really great game, but it was Arjun that had the lead from very early on and kept on that lead till the end of the game.
This has been a struggle for Hans. His opening play has been very inconsistent, and I just feel like Arjun is going to punish him. I asked him about this in the interview yesterday, and he didn't mince his words. He basically said that he was going to prepare and he was going to try to punish Hans for dubious opening play.
Seems like he did. So we're now in the next game. This looks like a typical Ruy Lopez Italian structure where black is trying to go for d5 or potentially f5 whenever possible, and trying to take control of the square f4 with the knight, one of the knights. And white tries to go for d4 here.
Yeah,
You see the bishops being traded off.
d4 is usually, if white can get d4, and it's usually a great sign for white. Okay, so you mentioned this white taking control of the f4 square, and black strikes first with d5, but that doesn't tell the whole story. And just because black's played d5 doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't mean the game is over. White can resign. That's it.
No, for sure. By playing d5, you weaken the pawn on e5, so that will become a target now for white. But on the other hand, black gets a lot of space, so there's a lot of to be played here for both sides.
Oh, and c4, we saw this idea in a Sevi and Nakamura game from an RCC a couple of weekends ago, where white establishes a stronghold on d5. But just like Sevian, who also put his knight on f5, that's exactly what Arjun does. He closes the center, and now he gets his knight to the outpost, and he says, ha, you can't do the same, because I've got a pawn on g3.
Right. Yeah. So the knight on f5 is doing a great job, but how do you make use of this? Because typically you're eyeing on sacrifices on h6 or g7, but now without the dark squared bishop, how are you gonna infiltrate on the king side? The knights on the king side are super defensive of black. I would almost suggest to almost go for the pawn pushes on the king side, but then you allow knight f4. So okay, we see knight e7 being played here. And Arjun is going for the queen side attack instead.
Okay, the eval bar didn't like that move. It might actually be because of knight takes f5 and then simply dropping the rook back, and that's exactly what Hans does. And white's king, right? It looks perfectly safe, but if black's queen gets to f5, for example, if you snatch up this pawn after queen f5, all of a sudden it's a fork and black wins h3. I think Arjun underestimated that, Anamaya.
I agree with you, Danya. And I think now you're almost forced to play g4, but after g4, you might have to face the consequences because black might consider playing h5. And it will not be so easy for white. At the same time, black has ideas to push e4 at some point. So this is becoming a little bit shaky for white as the pawn f5 is very vulnerable.
Yeah, and I think e4 is very, very strong, followed by d3, sort of a classical idea. And Arjun has played g4, but queen d6 by Hans, so he takes a slower approach and a more positional one. I think he's trying to get his knight around Benoni style to the c5 square, but Arjun, he tries to beat him to the punch by getting his own knight to e4 just in time. I don't know if I'm a huge fan of queen d6, but I think Hans is obviously still in very good shape. Maybe your idea, h5. Oh, he goes e4. Your other idea.
He goes for e4 now, and it's still not too late. I mean, after d takes e4, black can go for d3, and they will capture the pawn back. And black gets a lot of play here. He's suddenly gaining a lot of space, and we should not forget that white's king is very exposed.
Yeah, the problems compound. The pawn on d3, as you said, the weakness of white's king. This is looking really shaky. Okay, so I guess, yeah, knight takes c4.
Right.
Rook e1. Wait, but now...
Queen f4?
Yeah, queen f4 I think is crushing. Because in the event of a trade of everything, the pawn is going to be totally unstoppable, right? Good catch. And he plays
queen f4, and you can decide to take on e4, but you will not be able to take the pawn on d3 because after rook takes, you're forced to either trade rooks or move the rook away. And if you decide to not trade rooks, then there will be a rook coming in to the second rank. So there's a lot of problems that white has to deal with, and that is the problem here for white.
Yeah, it's on queen d1, queen e2 is actually one important detail. And that's it. If you trade, the pawn is unstoppable. Otherwise, you go d2 and d1. Black's king is incredibly safe. The game is over, I think. And as you said, Anamai, if white moves the rook away, maybe rook f1 is the best practical chance. But black can still go d2 followed by rook e1.
Right. The pawn is just unstoppable. And the biggest problem of all of this is that white's king is super vulnerable. Even if you're able to stop the pawn on d2, you still have to deal with the problem on the king side. Queen f3 is played now, and black is just destroying the entire king side.
Wow, Hans, just a crushing game. King h2, rook e2, and Arjun simply resigns. I mean, there's nothing to play for there. And I guess I was wrong when black plays d5 in the Italian. I guess he does win by force.
Right. Yeah, both players have shown great games so far. Both have a full point on the scoreboard now. So let's see what Hans decides to do here. He decides to not go for the French anymore. He continues being aggressive and pushes all the pawns on the king side pretty much.
And yeah, I mean, as many know, Hans released a course on the Jababa London, which he's been playing now for over a year. He knows this inside and out. I can confirm that firsthand. I mean, I play this with White pretty regularly as well. And, you know, it's one of those openings where, okay, you're not really going for an objective advantage. The computer gives equality everywhere. So it's really all about knowing the ideas and getting a position where your opponent is comfortable. Now, in the old days, 5 years ago, when this line first started gaining popularity, what you would notice is that players almost always shoved this pawn down to h5. But the newer treatment is to leave the pawn on h4 so that later on, when you castle, you have the possibility of breaking through on the king side with g5.
Makes a lot of sense. And yeah, I'm not familiar that much myself with this opening, but I can tell that White has a very solid setup and is gaining a lot of space, whereas Black is struggling a little bit to find some nice player, which is why Arjun is going for e5, even though it is not as accurate as the engine is saying it is.
White could win a pawn with queen b5, but maybe you just want to castle and go g5. That might be a more effective way to grab the initiative. Because if you go after the pawn, right? I mean, at the very least, Black could go queen d7, and then Black could castle. And, you know, Black's threatening rook b8, and I feel like there's compensation. So I love what Hans did. He just castled. And he's not going for the material, he's going for the initiative.
He's going for g5 now, and is asking Arjun, what are you going to do with your king? Because you don't want to castle long. I mean, you might have to go for that actually, because if you castle short now, you're just stepping into fire pretty much. So, and if you stay in the center, obviously sooner or later the position will open with e4, so you might not survive that. So I think Arjun has to decide to go to the queen side as soon as possible to avoid all sorts of problems.
And he's doing what he can here. Knight c5, attacking the queen. Queen f5. But now maybe he can take and go queen d7. Then there might be a check on e5. Arjun needs one accurate move. Maybe queen e7, as you said. And now he's almost ready to castle. Currently, it's still illegal, but he does want to play queen e6. And that would actually force a queen trade. And if he can get a queen trade, I think Black will solve most of his problems. And Hans allowing it.
Yes, if you trade queens here with the black pieces, I think you're more than happy. And that is for the simple reason that this pawn structure on the king side will become very vulnerable. If you push your pawns too much, you're exposing them to be very, very weak, exposing them to the enemy's pieces very much. And Black's pawn structure is simply just fine. No weaknesses whatsoever, very solid. So Black will be more than happy to go for the queen trade.
Great point about over pushing your pawns and the fact that almost all endgames are very dubious. So Arjun, he doesn't go queen e6 immediately. He goes g6, he trades. So he's, I think, just sort of trying to fix the pawns and prevent f5. And now he goes queen e6. But the downside is that he's allowed a very pretty tactic, f5. And queen d4 is coming if you take it.
How do you defend against this? I'm not seeing it. Queen e5. I guess you have to ignore the pawn. He goes for it.
No, but now after f6 g6, you can't castle again, and White has a turn, which you could maybe use to go something like e4 and knight d5. I feel like that's right up Hans's alley. You could even do that immediately.
Wow, and he goes for it, e4, and this is why it's a problem to have your king in the center for so long, and he's not able to castle even.
And he goes for it. Yeah, and if he castles, he walks into a discovered check with f takes g6. Arjun overcooked it a little bit, and he allowed Hans to refrain from the queen trade with that brilliant f5 shot.
Wow, and what do you do against knight d5? You cannot take. You will simply lose the queen on e5. You're allowing knight f6 pretty much, and it's really difficult to see how Black can defend this. Black is going for rook h2, trying to find counterplay. Maybe he's going for d3.
Yeah, D3 is a pretty serious threat because you won't be able to take it due to the checkmate. So Hans could throw in a check on F6 whenever he wants to. Maybe now is the time. He takes on G6 first. So he
Makes a
opens
lot
up
of
the
sense.
diagonal. Okay. And now he moves back to
Knight
F4. So
F4.
instead he's going after the G pawn.
At the same time, he's also defending d3 because that would be a very big threat otherwise. So what is the follow-up here for black? Do we try to go for another attack, or do we try to defend the pawn f7 first? We could play king f7, but I would be very worried about the king there.
Yeah, that looks I mean everything looks terrifying here just because white's piece, and he does go king
He
f7
does it!
and he listened to you. But it does feel like white's got to have something here. Maybe rook f1, but then the king will hide on g7.
I think that's what Arjun was trying to go for.
Is there a sack on g? Oh, queen g3 and knight h5 is coming.
Wow!
Whoa!
What
And
a tactic!
Look at the geometry by Hans this game. First that f5 move, and he keeps using black's vulnerable undefended pieces. This is over. This wins on the spot.
You can just see Hans smile there, being like, yeah, I got you there.
Yeah, and he did. And Arjun resigning. Hans winning 2 in a row. Another crushing game. Unreal.
Very impressive. Hans's tactics are on point.
In queen g3, right? It's one of those moves that when it's played, oh yeah, of course, this wins on the spot. But he was attacking the king 1 millisecond ago. It's not that easy to switch gears like that and realize that you can. The win actually comes from the opponent's undefended, maybe even strongest piece on h2.
Absolutely. We are now in the next game, and we see another very solid opening. It looks very much like I feel like it's switched to London pretty much, but there's no bishop on d3.
Yeah, and Arjun giving up the bishop pair, but he establishes a knight on e5. I'm not a huge fan of this for white, but maybe this is a conscious decision by Arjun to get the game into quieter channels given the way the last 2 games went.
Right. We saw that Hans's tactics are really like on point, and in those sharp positions, he is doing really well. So it makes a lot of sense that Arjun is deciding to go for something more solid and see where things go. So I really like the approach he's taking right now.
God, this is such a boring position, though. Okay, there we go. At least a little bit of intrigue with c4. Not that this really changes the nature of the position all that much, but at least it's something.
It counts for something. And the queens are just staring at each other. None of the players want to trade the queens themselves, because if you do, you allow an open A file for your opponent. So you do not want that to happen.
I don't love king e2 though, because that and Hans immediately responding with queen a6. He's been very alert in this match so far. I guess Arjun could now move his king back to f1. He just has to be a little bit careful. You know, anytime your king is on e2 like this, even when the center is closed, it could open up pretty quickly, as you know Hans showed in the previous game.
That is why Hans is going for queen a6, trying to create some sort of pin along this diagonal. Since the king is on e2, it will always be posing problems for white. And he goes now for rook fc8, and Arjun is taking on d5. What do you think about that decision?
I mean, king f1, now there's c5, and this is exactly what we talked about. That pin comes back to haunt him. I mean, I can make those moves, king f1, c5, and you're in trouble, Anima, because DC, I mean, Arjun would be in trouble. Knight c5.
I'll also be in trouble. No kidding.
Right, you will also be in trouble for you put this in his mind. And, you have to go back to e2. This is just ugly. Bishop f6. No, this is out of the question.
Yeah, positionally, Hans is doing fantastic here. He has no problems whatsoever, and his plan is clear. c5.
There he goes, and he's threatening c4 with a fork. How do you defend against that?
Not entirely sure. Yeah, queen
takes
e2 helps
it.
a lot because the queen on a6 is undefended. So after c4, there he goes. There's always a pin.
And am I more geometry? Queen, again, it's the same thing. He's attacking the undefended pawn on h2 and reinforcing the threat of c4. Now, some of you might have said, wait a minute, or wait a second. Why couldn't he go c4 here? Well, because after knight f4, white uses the pin, and black's queen will have to move out of the way. But Hans, he does that first. And Arjun's position is falling apart.
Wow, and he goes for knight f4, trying to, first of all, avoid the fork on c4, and also avoiding losing the pawn h2. But after g5, what do you do next? Because you're simply losing the pawn on h2, and the king on f1 will feel very unsafe.
Maybe queen g4, but then that knight from d7 can be deployed to f6 in order to dislodge the queen from the g file. I don't see that I don't see that working. I don't see a move here. I guess knight h5, knight g3.
Yeah, so he's trying to go for knight g3, covering any sort of check along the first rank. And we see a queen trade. Now, white is a pawn down. So obviously, white is not happy with this, but it feels like it was one of the very few chances he has to try to consolidate.
Totally. I mean, he needed to find a way to trade queens, and he did. The position is still terrible, and Hans is playing with lightning speed. He's got over 3.5 minutes. He's threatening c4. And that knight on h5 is preventing bishop f6, which is quite important. Other than that, white doesn't have much to hang his hat on.
Right, and white's pawns are simply super vulnerable. There goes another pawn, and it feels like white's position is simply collapsing.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that eval bar's quote-unquote only giving 2.3 or so. Maybe because the d5 pawn is weak and white can try to create counterplay, somehow getting the knight around. Okay, it's no longer 2.3, now it's 2.7.
It goes up and up.
Right, it keeps creeping up. Maybe king h7, king g6 should be considered. This knight is really annoying. It's preventing black from optimizing his minor pieces.
It is really annoying, but I'm also, indeed, it's very hard to defend it and keep the knight there for the longest time.
Yeah, and now knight d3 is coming, and another pawn is likely to fall. Okay, he's giving up the d4 square, but that might not matter in the grand scheme of things because black is up 2 pawns.
Yeah, it's not so simple here for Arjun. What is his next plan? Ideally, you would want to put a knight on f5, but you have so many problems to deal with. It's not going to help you, and you just don't even have the time for it. He goes rook a1 to try to hit on the a7 pawn, but Hans is simply defending it very easily.
Yep, and there comes the knight. Knight d4. Still, technique still has to be shown here by Hans. I mean, knight f5, knight c6. Alexa, shush. Oh my god. Just like
Alexa
running
wants to join the
mouth.
commentary. We can't do much about it.
That's true. I mean, I didn't know we'd be having a guest this morning, but I suppose we will.
All right, we see knight e3 on the board, hitting that on that pawn on b2, but it does allow knight c6. Will Arjun create some chances here for himself?
I mean, knight a7 rook b2.
It gives you the shivers, like, the knight on a7. It's very vulnerable.
Yeah, or even knight b2. He plays rook a7. Okay, so that's an improved version, and he's won one of the pawns. Rook b6. There's knight c8, so it's still possible to blunder. But rook a6 is such an accurate move because now knight c8. There was bishop c5, and the knight would have been trapped.
Oh yeah, you gotta be really careful with your knights because this bishop can always get you trapped, and that's the problem when you have a knight on the edge of the board. You might run into positions like that.
Oh, rook a1. No, it's over. Or is it? Wait, rook a1. I guess king e2.
E2.
Oh my god. Oh, and then knight e1. Anyway, and the rook is trapped.
Wow.
Oh my lands. Knight e1. Trapping the rook, and Hans spots it immediately.
So impressive.
This is rare. I mean, obviously, if white had gone king g2, then there would have been a fork. But it's hilarious that even were it not for the fork, the rook is still trapped. And this should be a matter of simple technique. Wow, just
Wow.
tour de force for Hans here.
Hans is playing very convincingly chess, and Arjun is still trying to make a miracle happen here. But with the passed pawn soon from c4, it will be very difficult for Arjun to make a miracle happen here.
Yeah, I mean, he's down now an exchange and a pawn, and that pawn isn't just any pawn, it's a pawn on c4, which is rapidly moving forward to c3. Okay,
I'm honestly surprised that the Eva bar is not that much in favor of Hans.
I know, it's crazy, but I guess what the point is that the knights are really active. Now the pawns are all on one flank. And if White can eliminate, you know, one more pawn, it's going to get interesting. I don't see this happening for White, though.
I was feeling more confident for Black with the pawn on c4, but okay, at the same time, there's g4. Wait, you're just dropping it with a fork.
You dropped a pawn, and maybe that's why the evil bar was so unconvincing.
Right.
Really sloppy move. Hans can't afford to let this one slip.
You don't even want to take on h6. You don't want to trap your knights over there. He goes for knight gf6, and the knights are working together so well. And this knight on h5 has been lasting there forever.
Right. It's been sitting there since the dawn of time. But the problem is also White's clock, 26 seconds. Hans wants to trade one pair of knights. If he can trade a pair of knights, I think he'll have just enough to win this game. But the knights are cooperating so well, and here's a big moment.
What does White go for? e4. I was going to suggest you want to push those pawns as much as possible, create a passed pawn to make the miracle happen. It's not very easy for Black to make it work here. But now the
he has achieved the trade of knights, though, and now here comes the h pawn. Here
he's
it comes.
working b6, and yeah, he's trying to stop that pawn.
Nope. It's over.
G1.
He was trying. If he had gotten his king one more square to the right, it would have been a game. Now the pawn promotes. Whew.
And we see resignation. Wow. What a game. It got very close in the end.
It really did. Hans blundered a pawn, but it got close, but at the same time it didn't, right? At the same time, Arjun had 20 seconds in a very hard position to defend. And before we know it, in the blink of an eye, he's down 2 points. Hans is playing phenomenal chess.
Absolutely, I agree with you there, Danya. And we're back to the French defense. So this match is like we're in the London and we're in the French. I think the audience is having a lot of fun there. It's the two most hated openings ever.
Right. Yeah, but the French is just sort of the butt of so many jokes for no good reason. I mean, it's a great opening. You just gotta know how to play it.
It's absolutely great. And in this line, Black is trying to go for an attack on the queen side, which may not be as convincing as the king side attack of White. But there's a lot of play here for Black, and that's why Hans is trying to hide the king on f2. It's a very safe spot for the king.
Yeah, and Black is playing on the queen side right now, moving his pawns up the board, trying to make White's pawn chain a little bit more vulnerable. I mean, a3, Rook b1 is aimed against a3. I mean, you understand these positions more than, I mean, I don't play these for either color. There's lots of pawn moves happening right now, and now White trying to cut into Black's pawn chain and maybe put a knight on f4, right?
Right, and yeah, it's a very double-edged position. White is trying to attack on the king side. e6 is a big target of White, but at the same time, Black is trying to eliminate this entire pawn chain. And the way that you want to eliminate is by starting at the root of the pawn chain, which is the pawn b2. But as you mentioned, if you play a3, you will face b takes a3, and this b4 pawn will be in trouble, which is actually what is played. Arjun is tuning in here, I think.
Right, he's like, okay, the commentator suggested it, but I think he's got the wrong. He's got way too much faith in us. and Hans is ignoring it. He's saying, take all of my queenside pawns. I don't care because I'm taking your e pawn. And speaking of the root of the pawn chain, this looks terrible for Black. I mean, maybe f takes c6 was more accurate, but this still looks bad. I'm sorry.
Right.
Not because it's a French. It has nothing to do with that.
Okay, it's
It's
fine.
just the
It's fine.
position.
No, I was going to say that it's in Hansa style to just go for the attack, not bother about what's going on in your own position, just go for it. And it makes a lot of sense because the pawn on e6 is very vulnerable and it's really difficult to defend it because you will have to move the knight from c6 to try to defend it with your queen. You cannot move the d7 knight because, well, you don't want to go to b8. That looks ridiculous. So it's not very simple here for black, but with the pawn on f5, you can maybe play knight e7, as you're pointing out.
Yeah, I thought maybe f takes c6, f takes c6, and something like bishop d3 could happen, and it's just bad. I mean, knight is coming to g6, and there's a c file that white could occupy. Black is super passive. Okay, Arjun trying to create complications with rook a3. I think he's setting up something like knight d takes e5, and Hans immediately nipping that in the bud with bishop d3. Maybe not the most accurate move, but no question that he's dominating here.
Oh, absolutely. Now that there's no attack going on the queen side, barely an attack going on, it's very difficult for black to start something. One of the ideas, as you mentioned, you may want to consider sacrificing on e5, but since the pawn is so well defended, it's not feasible. You will not have the play that you want because typically those center pawns can do a lot of black. So the d5 and e6 pawn can make a lot of things happen, but in this situation, it's not enough, and that's why Arjun is going for e takes f5 instead.
Which I like. I think that's a very good practical decision. Now, bishop f5 again sort of runs into knight takes e5, although I guess the bishop on c8 is going to be hanging. But Hans, I mean, he's playing so patiently. Rook e1, right? He's not rushing to take either of these pawns. Instead, he says, let me reinforce the bishop on e3 so that knight takes e5 is never a problem. And on the next move, he's going to decide which pawn to take.
Wow, that's a very impressive decision. And you might want to consider playing queen a7 just to put pressure on this pawn on a2, but it's so simple for white to defend. You just play rook a2 or queen b1 even. Anything works, really. And that is the problem here for black. It's very difficult to create play here. And he's trying to maneuver the knight to e6, but with so many weaknesses in black's position, it will be very difficult for Arjun to make something happen.
And I was going to say bishop takes f5 is the best way to start because the d5 pawn is a permanent weakness, while f5 could have potentially been defended. Is it time for e6? Maybe not yet. I guess it is. Yeah, just e6. Sorry, I thought the queen could take the bishop on f5, but those were the old rules.
I mean, the pawn d5, it looks like it could be removed as well. It's super vulnerable, so I understand it. But yeah, queen b1, Hans is being very patient, and that will definitely pay off because, sometimes he's really like going for it, not, taking care much of his position, but he knows when to strike, when to be patient, and that is why he's so strong.
His form has been excellent here. I mean, his time, look at his clock. He's done all of the stuff. And he still has spent less than 2 minutes, which is just so, you just feel so hopeless when your opponent has this kind of position and has so much time on the clock. Arjun, in the meantime, dwindling. Queen is coming to g6. Look at the 96 gets mated in 2 moves, or in 3 moves, I guess. Just devastation on the board right now.
Indeed, and it's very difficult for black to defend here. And now with you have the e file open, the f file open. It's impossible to castle. How are you going to defend your king? And there is no counterplay for black in this position. The only thing you had was attacking on the queen side, and that attack has completely vanished. So I'm expecting maybe not checkmate, but a resignation very soon.
Yeah, I mean, there's gotta be some sort of winning tactic here. I'm trying to find it. He gives it. Okay, well, that's simple. And okay, knight g6 might give up the bishop. Maybe you want to, again, I feel like Hans, he likes keeping it simple. I'm trying to figure out whether knight e5 here works.
Yeah.
I think it might. Knight e5, bishop c8.
Right. Yeah, for the simple reason you take that bishop, and if they don't take the knight on e5, you're just crushing it. I mean, the knight on d7 is hanging simply.
Ooh. And bishop d2 is another patient,
Wow.
excellent move. Threatening bishop takes b4, adding some hot sauce to the mix, and opening up the e-file. Just look at this position. This is, I mean, this is not exactly a glowing advertisement of the French, but I do feel like it's the way that Arjun played it rather than the opening that is to blame here.
I've seen Hans also play the French, so I'm curious to see if he will prove a point today that the French is perfectly
Right.
fine.
Yeah, it's the don't shoot the messenger kind of thing.
Right.
Right. The opening is legit. Well, bishop takes b4 is winning here. I feel like
Opening
on the
up
spot.
I mean, obviously you're taking the pawn, but also opening up the e-file even more, and there is a billion threats here.
Yeah, I mean, literally bishop d7 check is the most clinical threat.
Wow.
Because it covers it fills the d7. Oh, and that's made in 2. And that's beautiful. Okay, bishop
Wow.
d7, Hans, it's made in 2.
You have to remind him.
Right, and how many moves is it again? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like almost any move wins here, and he finds it.
And he does. And what an incredible win. Hans's form, he lost game 1. That was his, only blip, and it wasn't a great game. After that, it's like a switch went on, and he has won 4 games in a row against Arjun Erigaisi. We're halfway through the 5-minute portion. Anna Maya, this has been an incredible performance. Arjun needs this break.
Absolutely. Arjun had a great start, but Hans has been crushing it in the last couple of games. It was mostly decided based on tactics, and it shows how sharp Hans is. He does not allow Arjun any chances, and whenever he finds a possibility, he strikes, and that is very impressive.
Well, we'll see what changes. We'll see what changes Arjun will make. But he needs to take a breather. He needs to figure out what is going wrong and stop this runaway train before it gets out of control. We'll see if he manages to do that. You are watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We will be back with the second portion of the 5+1 segment on the other side of this break. and I think we might have been muted. Okay, I think you can hear us now. I'm not sure how much you heard, but we are back in our second semifinal match between Hans Niemann and Arjun Erigaisi. And the second portion of the 5+1 has begun. And Amaya, I was asking you just now, what do you think Arjun was telling himself during the break? Like, how do you come back from this uppercut punch that Hans has just delivered?
Yeah, I guess nobody will ever know that you actually ask this, but let's get right back into it. Yeah, I think Arjun definitely took a breather, relaxed himself, and was like, okay, yeah, it's possible to come back from this. He probably checked some lines briefly, perhaps, as he was struggling towards the end with his openings. So I'm really curious to see how he's going to continue now. And as we're talking about what was going on in the match so far, we see that in the next game, we're already really far ahead into the game, and it seems like both players are doing just fine.
Yeah, this seems to be a preparation for Arjun. This was a Grunfeld, and I don't know if I love this necessarily for Hans. I mean, of course, his king is quite weak. Bishop h6. Bishop h6 is always possible in these positions, right?
Absolutely. And he goes instead for f4, trying to defend the pawn on e5, consolidate the center. But what is actually going on in this position? What play does both players have? It seems like White's plan is much easier. He has a target. There's a target on c6. There's an attack possibly on the king side. Whereas for Black, it's not so clear. He has to retreat his bishop all the way to c8.
Yeah, he does. And okay, and I mean, White is trying to get White's trying to get f5 in, but f5 immediately blunders the e5 pawn. So, but if you go bishop b2, then you allow the rook to infiltrate to d2. So it's actually not that easy logistically to get the attack rolling. Arjun taking his time, improving the position of his king first.
Right. And now Hans is going for bishop a6. He's trying to put the bishop on a nice square, but where is that nice square? I would say bishop d3 would be the ideal square for the bishop in this position, but that's why Arjun goes for rook f3. And now you can say, well, maybe not goodbye to your bishop, but it will not be able to access a nice square. And it's for the simple reason that this pawn center of White is so strong, and Hans is trying to go with rook d4, trying to improve his position and get the rooks involved in the game.
Right, rook d4 is a good move. It almost seems like Hans is making more progress. Okay, rook a3, so that sort of skewers the queen to the bishop, but the queen can obviously move away and keep the bishop protected. It was very important not to go queen b6 because of bishop e3. Yeah, I'm not sure what. Yeah, so he goes queen b5, and now rook b1. There might be queen e2. Ugh. Barely holding on to the bishop.
Right, the bishop on a6 is not having a great time there, and it just goes to show how uncomfortable Black's position is. There are so many problems that Black needs to deal with, and sooner or later, that is going to hurt Black. But with queen c4, you have to take care of the pawn on e4. It's not that simple.
Yeah, you do. If you go into an endgame, you actually might end up being worse. You might end up being worse because if you lose the e4 pawn, Black's going to be a pawn up.
Right. And yeah, what is White going to decide here? He has to, if you don't trade the queens, then what is your plan here? Because if the queen simply moves away, you lose a pawn on e4. And I don't see a nice move here for White other than trading queens. So I'm really expecting the queen trade, but Arjun is taking his time here. I'm curious to see what he's thinking about. Perhaps he's considering a move like rook c3 as well.
Yeah, rook c3, and then I guess that forces... Well, does that force queen e2 because the bishop is no longer hanging? I guess it still does. He trades. Okay, and bishop takes e4 is coming. Rook takes c4 is on deck, but now the bishop is in trouble. Whoa, bishop wait.
Rook b4.
Oh my god, rook b4 wins the bishop. You called it. I was like, you know, the funny thing is I saw that idea, but I was like, oh, rook a8 defends the rook.
Yeah,
and
I
Hans
figured
probably
the
thought
same.
the same
I was
thing.
like, it's still there.
Oh my gosh. That is nuts. And that is going to be just a huge win for Argent to cut into this momentum.
Yeah, I think, Daya, that Hans had the same thought process as you had. You just defend the rook and you're doing fine, but the bishop is simply loose and the rook was not defended enough times there. And yeah, he's just a bishop down now, and this should be a very simple conversion for Argent.
Yeah, Argent is just taking all of Black's pawns. Hans doesn't have any pieces with which to create counterplay. He goes rook d1. But I guess rook takes c6, rook f1, maybe he wants. I mean, okay, clearly that's not going to save the game, but a couple of accurate moves are still required by Argent.
True. It's not so simple to defend that pawn on g2. It's always a problem, right? The bishop on c1 is covering the square on d2 very well for the rooks to not stack on the second rank, which is why Hans is going for rook f1, rook f2. And I have yet to see how Arjun is going to defend that, but we will never know.
No, I mean, Hans just lost his patience with that position. There were so many different ways to do it. Rook c3, rook g3, you could have played e6. Really anything worked. And we have another Jababa London. That was a big win by Arjun. He's still down by 2, but he just needed to get his feet back under him.
Absolutely. And now we see, we're back to the Jababa London. And in this time, with the knight on a6, it's not doing much there, but obviously it has to defend the pawn on c7. So I'm curious to see how the setup of Black is going to look like.
Well, I feel like White's slightly better in these types of positions because a lot of people don't think, okay, but Black's going to go c6 and chase the knight away, and that's true. But as you pointed out, the point of putting the knight on b5 isn't that it will stay there forever, although now it might. But it's more that Black's knight is out of commission, and it's very hard to re-involve Black's knight back into the game.
Indeed, and that's why we see Black is going for this pawn push all the way to c4, limiting White's space. And now, typically, you would want to see a pawn breakthrough in the center from White playing e4, but that is pretty much out of the question now.
Right. At the moment, it is, and White just doesn't have the beef to be able to strike in the center, especially now that Black puts a knight on e4. I still kind of like White's position, though. White can do the same thing, knight e5. Or, what else can White do? I guess White could drop the knight back to d2 and try to deal with the knight on e4. Hans goes c3.
C3 makes a lot of sense, as he's probably trying to prepare b3, because otherwise after b3 Black would have played c3 themselves, or the c3 would have been, the c3 square was very vulnerable. So that's why he goes for c3 himself, and he wants to prepare b3 to try to break down this pawn chain as much as he can. But now he needs to take care of the b5 pawn that is hanging currently.
There's a very funny idea in these types of positions. It doesn't work here, but rook a7 can sometimes be interesting, and then b6. But here it's just a paper tiger, because Black can move the rook away, and it looks very fancy, but at the end of the day, you're going to lose the c7 pawn. So that doesn't work, but just something to keep in mind. Queen a4, I guess, makes some sense.
Queen a4 would make sense, but you have to, it will be very difficult to keep on defending that pawn, and you really need to push that pawn to b3 sooner or later. And I think that's exactly what Hans is going for. He does not mind losing the pawn b5. He goes for b3 and asks Black, how do you deal with that pawn on c4?
Yeah, it's not that clear. Bishop takes c4 is a threat, and that knight on e4 is the pride of Black's position. If Black plays f5 in the meantime, that, of course, creates a gaping hole on e5. So queen c2 was a very nice move by Hans.
Indeed, indeed. And now Black, okay, we see bishop d6 trying to trade off the bishops. And after bishop takes d6, knight takes d6, it also defends the pawn on c4. So that's a really nice idea. But whoa, what is happening? A
Wow,
lot
knight
of
takes F2.
sacrifices.
Desperado sacrifice by, well, Desperado tactic, I guess, by Arjun. But knight g5, that's an excellent move. He missed it. And another Desperado, and this one threatens checkmate. And Anamaya on the next move, White's going to move his bishop back. And if Black goes back to e4, he will lose a pawn.
Wow. I was going to suggest perhaps you should consider f5 so you can retreat safely, but it weakens so much, which is why he goes for g6.
And now he goes for h6, and we might have another Desperado, and then another Desperado. This is crazy.
Wow, that would be wild.
We might see that. I mean, the question is whose king is weaker at the end of that line. I think there's an issue for White, though. Oh, maybe after knight h3, he should go king h2, because after gh, Black can take with the rook.
Ooh.
And you can't take on g6 because of rook g7, but you can make a move like bishop d3 and aim at the pawn with your bishop.
Wow. That's very impressive. And I'm curious. We see something. Okay, so they just took the knight off the board. And yeah, I really like White's position. White has a lot of space, but where do you strike here on the king side? I feel like the pawn chain of Black is so strong. You really have to involve the pawns here.
Yeah, you do. Exactly what you're saying. You need to break the pawn chain down. You need to open up new avenues to the Black king. But the knight is a very, very passive piece here. And by the time the knight gets active, even if it gets to d6, White can shift this bishop up to d3, which he does right now, threatening, first of all, bishop takes g6, and second of all, stopping the knight from getting to e4. And now I think he's paved the way for the march of the h-pawn.
And it's really difficult for Black to defend here. You might want to consider playing knight f5 to simply shut down the bishop on d3. But once again, you have so many weaknesses that you will have to deal with. But at this point, it might be the only way to stay the position. He goes f5.
Wow, and it might have been worthwhile for Hans in retrospect to play a move like rook e1 in order to prevent this move. Because the reason f5 is so strong is that it establishes now a stronghold on e4 for the knight. And with every piece that's traded, the chances of White's attack diminish significantly.
Wow. Very bold move. You typically do not encourage moves like f5, but in this position, it works out so well for the simple reason that White does not have any pieces that can infiltrate in the position besides the queen. You do not have any knights. You do not have a dark squared bishop, and that's what makes this move so powerful.
And either of those would essentially win the game, particularly a knight that appeared on e5. Ugh. But now, if you go rook e1, Black plays knight e4 just in time. He goes g4, so he's trying to break the pawn chain down. And, ooh. Okay, now knight e4 also hits the rook, so that's a bit of an issue.
Right, g4 is a very strong move, and you do not want to take, obviously, because the g6 pawn will be dropping, and your king will forever be exposed. So how do you deal with this? I'm guessing that you simply try to ignore this, but you want to take, if there's g takes f5, you want to take with the e pawn. So you may want to get out of this pin and perhaps consider playing queen d7.
Yeah, queen d7 looks reasonable. Knight e4, I think, is the... Well, knight e4, there's bishop e4. And if you play f takes e4, the rook comes into f6 with devastating effect. So don't go knight e4, Arjun. I like your move. I think queen d7. Oh, but queen d7, I take on f5.
Well, you still have the d5 pawn hanging, right?
Oh, he played it. No, I put it in his mind, and he blunders it. Oh my gosh!
I think we need to check something here. It's
whoa!
Oh,
he didn't see it.
He doesn't play rook f6. He goes for the trade.
Play rook, a collinear move that would have won the game on the spot. How do you miss that? Rook f6 is really slam dunk. Oh my god! Now he still might win the game if he takes on g6, but Black has excellent drawing chances. I mean, queen h4 with, I think, unstoppable perpetual.
Right, and you also have to deal with the problem that the pawn on e4 is a passed pawn, and it's much more ahead than on the other pawns of white. I don't see white's
Exactly.
pawns pushing that easily. And if you push g5, it's the fact that the king of black is so close that would be much more easy to defend. And the more you push the pawns on the king side, the more weak the king will get on g2 now.
But Hans just found a nice move, because the thing is, if you play queen e1 now, you allow queen f6 check, and white starts picking up the pawns, all of them with check. So that's out of the question. If you play e3, then white is in time to go back to c2. Maybe here queen e1 is the safest way to almost guarantee a draw. Okay, this is on the board, so we can get to the game. 30 seconds also for Arjun.
Arjun needs to speed up, and he goes for queen e1. He's preparing the move e2. Now, king f3 seems like a way to stop that from happening, but it looks so dangerous for white.
Yeah, queen f2 would be checkmate. Were it not for the queen on c2, Arjun makes a waiting move, but isn't there queen e2 now? And he plays it, and I'm worried for Arjun's clock. I'm worried for his position. This should be drawable. But given the fact that he has 25 seconds, if Hans can find a way to make his king safe, eventually this g-pawn is going to start rumbling up the board.
The only way of trying to save the game, there were two ways. First of all, the pawn that was on e4, that was something that black was leaning on, and also the perpetual chances. But now with the king on b3 and the pawn gone from e4, it becomes very difficult for black to save this game.
It does indeed. Queen g3 was disliked by the queen d2. That's why not queen h5 and queen f7?
I'm guessing that he didn't like queen d3 and allowing any sort of infiltration of the queen.
Yeah,
c4?
I suppose you're right. But queen e2. Oh, c4, queen a5. Great eye by you. That was missed. And queen e5, though, Hans is still going to win. And now he goes
okay,
c4.
Checkmate threat. Gotta be careful. Okay, not checkmate, but very
A6,
dangerous.
Though? Okay, queen b8, there's ab, so that doesn't work. Maybe you just go like king b4 on c5.
That seems like a very simple way.
Because the pawns shelter white's king from any potential checks. And let's not forget about our old friend, the g-pawn.
Right, Gary, the pawn on g5. It's really almost impossible to stop it. You can try to stop it, but you'll face so many more problems.
Is there queen d6 check? And c5? Oh, he played
it.
But wait a minute, king c7 move, Arjun. Oh my god.
Oh, he ran out of time.
I'm actually not convinced that that was simple at all. We can bring that up. Okay, I guess we can bring that up maybe after. I'm going to make a mental note to myself before the 3-minute portion starts.
Right, that was such an interesting endgame, and it was indeed not so clear because black also had chances to create a passed pawn. The king was close to the pawn on g5.
Exactly, and as you said, black had a chance to play e5. Maybe it was giving like plus 1.9. What that often means is that you have some sort of simultaneous promotion and then a semi-winning queen endgame. But in any case, on to the next game for now. There's 25 minutes left in the 5-minute portion, and the lead is back to 3. It's not that big of a lead, but it just seems like Hans is totally in control of the match right now.
Absolutely. Hans has been dominating the game so far pretty much, and especially on the clock. You see that Hans is playing super quickly and Arjun is the one most of the times in time trouble. So Arjun really needs to step up to come back in this match. The 3-point lead is not a big difference yet, but given how the match has been progressing, this might be difficult for Arjun as we move on to the shorter time controls.
And just like yesterday with his opponent, Mohamed Muradli, his pace of play is worrying me a little bit in regards to the time control shortening. Hans puts so much pressure on you clockwise. Almost every single game. He never gets into time pressure. And that is such a valuable skill in Blitz.
Indeed, and we see that Hans has the hanging pawns in the center, which gives black a lot of space, but also, as the hanging pawns term suggests, they are not the safest pawns, and they're really easy to target for white.
Yeah, they are. And they can be targeted both tactically. You could try to win these pawns, and positionally. You could play a move like B3, B4, trying to induce C4 and carving out a very nice stronghold on D4. So Queen B6, as Hans has just played, is often played in order to aim against the move B4 and control that square with as many pieces as possible.
Queen A1, what a move. You do not see the
Wow.
queen on A1 too often, but it's a very, I feel like it's a very resourceful move because you might consider pushing the pawn along the A file. But I'm curious to see what the plan is.
Yeah, Queen just sort of tucks back on A1. I guess he was also maybe defending against various tactics connected with the queens facing each other. I'm not sure exactly what that might have been. And now, okay, I guess Bishop H3 is interesting. Goes like DF3. Okay.
The knight on H4, I'm not sure what it's doing there, and I'm not sure where it's going to the next couple of moves. It makes sense that Arjun is going for knight df3, as in you want to free up some space for your pieces, you want to open up the rook on the d file, but where is this knight on h4 going? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, you're asking all the difficult questions that I don't have the answers to.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has, but I'm curious to see what Arjun's idea is here. Perhaps he wants to go for a move like knight e5, and he does.
Okay, he does, but there's almost tactics with rook takes e5. So after rook e5, queen e5, and maybe there are tactics with rook e5, he's definitely going to spend some time calculating it, because this almost traps the queen. And after queen e7, gosh, this is so scary.
F6?
Bishop f6. He's going for it. This is on the board. Knight e4 is on the board. And oh my god, all of this is on the board. Oh
wow. Wow. I had the prophet in action.
Well, I mean, that was, that was pretty low-hanging fruit there. But how do you follow through? Because bishop f6, the queen somehow jumps to d7 and then perhaps back to h3 or g4.
Right, and I would say that it would be worth it. I mean, black does have the pair of bishops. You would want to... Bishop f6 was a nice move to get rid of the knight on h4. But as Hans is down in exchange now, he might not want to trade pieces, and he wants to keep the initiative with the pair of bishops.
And clearly the initiative is incredibly strong, as evidenced by the eval bar. I guess bishop f6 is coming next once the white rook moves. And Arjun is probably trying to decide where he should move the rook. Should he move it to c1? Should he move it to d3? Rook c1 seems like the most natural move to me. But also that potentially hangs a2 with tempo. So this is uncomfortable for white yet again.
Indeed, and that's why Arjun is taking his time here. What does he do? He sacrifices the exchange back.
Sacks it back. That's a clear sign that he doesn't like the way the game is going.
Absolutely. So it would make sense for Hans to take, but he's spending his time now. He does not want to give up on the initiative that quickly. Obviously, I would say that after knight takes d1, rook takes d1, I still believe that black has a lot of play, but it's not as much as he has right now, for the simple reason that he has so much possibilities on the queen side, but he decides to trade it.
Yeah, he couldn't resist, and you can't really... I guess it's hard to blame him, just because now he's got, a clearly better position. He's got two good bishops. The hanging pawns have survived the middle game, and now they're more of a strength than a weakness. In fact, you could conceivably play rook d8 followed by d4, trying to create a passer.
Indeed. So queen d7, he's trying to... I mean, obviously that was the only move, but the queen on d7 is really disturbing for black, because it's stopping a lot of pushes here, and it makes things a bit difficult for black, which is why rook d8 was played now, and the queen has to leave and goes to g4.
It moves back. Hans very patiently bringing his king up. And for maybe the first time this match, he's actually down a minute on the clock, which I had to look twice to make sure it wasn't Arjun who had a minute and a half. And this is the kind of pace that I sort of want to see Arjun play with in the 3-minute portion.
Right, and it's very impressive to see Arjun being up on the clock so much. You would say that Hans doesn't have such a difficult position, but now as the material is balanced again, pretty much there's two differences in this position. One being that Hans has a pair of bishops, and second that Hans has hanging pawns, but he's not able to make use of this imbalance. In fact, it might be even difficult for Hans to push the pawn to d4 anytime soon, as Arjun is defending this very well, and he has also a lot of ideas, including g4, g5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's a totally legitimate idea. Bishop back to f1 goes Arjun. Okay, queen a5, but this is starting to worry me because look at these pawns. These pawns they're not necessarily weak per se, but if you push the a pawn out, then d4 becomes a lot more enticing, opening up the attack on b3. And if you go rook d2, there might even be something like g5, g4, trying to essentially win the game.
Wow. Very interesting. And that's why Arjun goes for g4 himself. And it's not so simple to stop the push g5. And you would say, like, okay, if you push g5, you allow the f5 square to be occupied by the light squared bishop, but it's not such a big problem, as there are many ways to deal with this, and white simply has a really nice position here on the king side.
Yeah, I mean, some doors close, others open. You weaken the f5 square, but yeah, you create this stronghold on f6 if the bishop ever moves away, or if it's intercepted, and that's exactly what Arjun does with knight e5. Now queen f6 is a threat. I mean, that would fork the king and the rook. You could take on e5, but that will leave you with a... Whoa.
He allows it, but he's attacking the rook on d1.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh my god.
You see Hans on the camera jump and be like, oh, I didn't mean to do that.
Right. And do you feel like he didn't see... Oh, he might have missed queen f6 and gotten lucky that he's attacking the rook.
I believe so, and he's smiling like, okay, it's fine, but he did not expect this to be a thing, the queen f6 move.
Whoa, but he goes bishop f5 and e4 instantly by Arjun.
Wow.
Oh, what a move. And now if d4, you lose the rook, and if bishop e4, this time queen f6 is that... I mean, I guess queen takes f7 is simply checkmate. Oh, what a move by Arjun.
It's like everything is hanging in its position. The queen lined up with the rook on d3, making the bishop on c3 very vulnerable. e4 hitting on the pawn d5 and the bishop on f5. What is black going to do here? What can black even do to try to save the position?
Well, I was thinking queen b8, but then you drop the bishop on c3, so you're going to lose one of your bishops. 12 seconds for Hans. First time in the match where the clock has become a huge problem for him. He goes queen b4. Oh, what a move. Queen b4, so he keeps somehow all of his bishops protected. Wow. And I guess rook c3 looks very good for white nonetheless.
Right, but black does have a lot of compensation, as in he has 3 pawns on the queen side, and they can move really fast. However, if white manages to keep the queens on the board, maybe queen takes c4 is even fine, but you would want to go for the checkmate, and he goes for it. Queen h2, queen h6.
Beautiful geometry. Queen h6 is checkmate on the spot, and that was so nice for Arjun, and that was a win that he just needed to get, and he did. He comes through. The match is back within 2, and yet another French.
We're back to my party. However, I am not a big fan of bishop b4, so that is where it ends. Bishop b4 is can be a very sharp line. It's much less solid than the knight f6 line. So I'm curious to see. It can go very deep in terms of theory. And it's one of the reasons why I avoid it at all costs, because it can get really sharp.
Well, that's the reason I avoid it with white, just because, I mean, you get this pawn structure and, okay, CD and knight e2. I feel like this is a modern line where you sack a bunch of pawns on the queen side in order to get really, really quick development. And you can kind of see how dangerous this could get for black. First of all, if you go knight c6, white's going to go f4 and then potentially try to get this knight around to d6. And, you know, French players have all experienced the nightmare of trying to get a knight out of there. And non-French players too. I mean, just knights on d6 in general are pretty good.
Absolutely. It's one of the reasons why you want to go a6 ASAP, unless you have other ways to resolve this. But a6 is one of the ways to deal with this. But here we see this pawn chain d4 c3. That's a pawn chain you rarely see in the French, I can tell you that.
Right, that is, yeah. And black is up 2 pawns, so that is no laughing matter. But look at what Hans is doing. a4, he's going to play bishop a3 at some point. And maybe it won't be the knight to get to d6, but, you know, the bishop will certainly have access to that square.
Indeed. And with bishop e4, he's also making space for the queen. He's attacking the pawn d4. So that's something that black needs to deal with. And okay, you can try to defend with queen b6, but as you mentioned, bishop a3, it allows so many tactical opportunities. You're hitting on the knight on a7, and the knight is defended by the other knight, which is also defending the pawn d4. So it's like everything falls apart.
Yeah, the entire construction is so flimsy. And again, Hans is back to his habits, playing instantly and very, very powerfully as he shoves that pawn up to f5. White, or I guess black can take on e5. Black can also castle. I think Hans might want to checkmate Arjun in exactly the same way that he got checkmated in the previous game. Something like a lobster pincer mate with f6. Although maybe f6 is either hasty, maybe it's not the best. And in this position, bishop a3, rook e8, and e6 first might be very, very strong. This is a pretty classic idea, right?
Absolutely. And even if black does not decide to go for the castle, I feel like you can always go for f6 as long as f6 isn't played by black themselves, because after knight takes e5, you can go for f6 and you want to try to open as many squares as possible, but this helps black a lot to consolidate.
Wait a second. I mean, if we bring up the analysis board for a second, knight e5, right? I feel like Hans rushed with knight takes d4. Bishop a3 was a very important move, which would have prevented black from castling. Now, maybe Hans was afraid of something like knight c4, but after knight takes d4, knight takes a3, white can actually throw in an intermezzo on e1, forcing the king to the side, and this looks actually really, really good for white. So Hans rushing it a little bit there. Now Arjun is in fantastic shape. He's actually much better.
Right, and we will see the power of this light squared bishop on c8. We will see it come back in the game and be the star of the show.
Are you happy about that as a French player? You want to see the bishop redeem itself?
Obviously, yes. I have full faith in this light squared bishop. People always make fun of me for that. That's never going to happen. But in this game, you'll see.
Right, the bishop will win the game. And actually, speaking of the bishop winning the game, I think you can get away with bishop f5. Bishop f5, bishop d4, and there are all sorts of shenanigans with bishop takes c2. The queen is going to be overloaded trying to protect the rook and the c2 pawn at the same time. Oh, bishop a6 going the other direction also looks good.
Yeah, you have so many options, Daya, with that bishop. It's difficult to choose from, you know?
Yeah, the bishop is so active. It just got so many different, you know, avenues and angles and posts that it could occupy. And be careful also about a fork with queen e7. That's
right,
sudden fork.
I was going to suggest maybe queen d6 as well, that you want to prepare c5 and play d4 and just push those pawns in the center and try to create a passed pawn.
Yeah, that bishop on a6 will be really, really helpful in, you know, creating a passed pawn with d3. Man, that bishop is really, really the hero of the game, I think.
Yeah, we have yet to see. So Hans is taking his time here. He's up on the clock, but his position is not the greatest. He goes for rook g1. He's leaving the pawn on f5 alone. But if you take on f5 now, then rook takes c3 will happen. So I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see
Arena,
what
it's over. That's it.
Do.
The JSCC is over.
Yeah, it was a great arena.
No, that was awesome. Watching that tournament was such a great experience.
All All right, so yeah, the position is well, and they exchanged the pawns, and it makes a lot of sense because this pawn f5 looked much more dangerous than a pawn on c3 for the time being, but it does allow the bishop to be very strong on d4, and it's a bit difficult to counter that.
Yeah, white is down 2 pawns, right? That's a lot, but with opposite colored bishops, white has some attacking chances, so the eval bar is not suggesting that black is completely winning or anything like that, but he will be if white allows bishop b2, so that's very important. It's very important not to blunder that. You can not blunder that by playing queen d2. He moves his rook back to e3, and where will Arjun park his queen? Don't go queen g6. That allows rook g3 with a skewer against the g7 pawn.
Absolutely, and it's a bit difficult to see where the queen would be safe. I'm guessing queen d7 is the safest square for the queen, or perhaps you want to play queen d6 again to get the pawn push in c5. It's very difficult for black to make progress here. I feel like white is slowly coming back into position and already has a clear plan.
Yeah, and it really is a minefield, right? And you're also down 2 minutes on the clock, but that's separate. Rook g3 creates all these weaknesses on the king side, and in the blink of an eye, white can get a queen over to h6, and before you know it, you get checkmate. Oh,
wow!
Takes on. I thought about that briefly, but I really didn't think that gives realistic winning chances.
Yeah, it's very interesting that Arjun goes for the sacrifice, but it makes a lot of sense. He sees the danger on the king side, and he's seeing the potential in the pawns in the center. So I'm guessing that's what he's going for. And with this bishop on c4 being so strong, it makes a lot of sense that he's going to this.
Yeah. And another thing that I kind of ignored at first is the fact that black can play a6, and in fact he probably will. He does.
Wow.
And the bishop could retreat to b5, Anamaya, and all of the queenside pawns are going to be permanently protected forever. You never have to worry about it, and you can play really fast in time pressure.
Absolutely. And now this pawn c2 is also very vulnerable. It's very easy for white to defend, but I feel like it's much easier to play this with the black pieces than for white is just simply not able to infiltrate whatsoever. Maybe hit the pawn like he does right now, queen attacking on f7, but it's so easy to defend for black. And I feel like black is the only one able to make progress there, but they need to be careful, that's for sure.
Without question, and I don't know if Arjun will be willing to take the risk. With 18 seconds left, a move like c5 always comes with a great deal of risk, even if you could play it, which right now you can't because that square is under control. I think we're going to see a repetition and a draw, which will be disappointing for Arjun because once he castled, he was definitely in the driver's seat for most of the game. Okay. But I guess the game is not over yet.
I was going to say that I was also expecting the draw here, but Arjun is going for it. He is confident about his chances, but he's not able to hit on this pawn on c2 because the queen is very aggressive and hitting on this f7 pawn. And I think now we're going to see the repetition happen, actually.
And if anything, Hans is actually considering, but he's going to repeat because, again, white has absolutely no target, so there isn't anything to play for. A good save there for Hans, and we move to the last game of the 5-minute portion. It's a 2-point match right now. It's been pretty close. Hans has been in control for sure, but if Arjun can win this one, hey, I mean, he'll go into the 3-minute portion with only a 1-point deficit. That sounds pretty appetizing right now if you're Arjun.
Oh, absolutely. That is not a very big deficit. It's easy to come back from. And now we're back to, I was going to say, I mean, we're back to 1d4, but they keep switching to the French defense, and this again looks very much like it.
Yeah, they can't resist it. I mean, who can blame them?
They know who is on the show.
Exactly.
That's so kind of them. But it's interesting to see Hans going for putting the bishop on g7. That's typically not recommended, as there's a reason you play e6. You want to develop the bishop on the diagonal there, whether that's on e7 or b4. And you also want to push the c5 pawn, which he does right now. But with the bishop on g7, you allow certain squares to be vulnerable, like the square on f6.
Right. And yeah, so we do have a French structure, White would love a dark squared bishop, especially one that would be sitting somewhere like a3. But you can't get everything in life. And one very important thing, okay, Black would love to play f6 at some point. Sometimes you can even play that even if you give up g6, and that might be a necessity eventually.
Right.
Or even
But
f5.
yeah, as you mentioned, f6 is needed, but with the pawn g6 hanging right there, exposing the king even more, if white is able to capture that for free, then it might even be more difficult for black to consolidate. And I would suggest for black here to play bishop e8, cover that pawn on g6, and then you can consider pushing f6. But he's going for an attack on the c file.
Yeah, he is, and he's waiting for the best opportunity to take on d4, I think, and maybe move the knight out of c6, maybe knight a5, knight c4. It really depends on what white does. Here's h5, and after g5, white can try to build a battery on the b1 h7 diagonal with bishop b1.
Oh, he allows it.
It's a little surprising. I loved your move bishop e8 there.
It's a very typical move in the French style. I mean, in this situation, you don't have much to do with that bishop. Might as well defend your fort in the position. But yeah, now we see that.
Trades.
Yeah, we see that the queen is able to go to d3. And what will Hans's reply be to that?
And the thing about queen d3 that people have to understand is that it doesn't threaten queen h7 main necessarily. But what it does threaten is queen h7 followed by knight g4, knight takes h6. So Hans strikes with f5. You could play bishop, not b takes f5. That would be nice. But bishop takes f5 is a candidate move, as is en passant. I would probably take en passant.
Yeah, I think the audience agrees that en passant is forced. So, he doesn't do it. Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a bummer, but bishop takes f5 is a really strong move, dislodging this entire pawn structure, and makes it really difficult for Hans. He goes now bishop e8.
Yeah, he doesn't take on f5. The problem there would have been not that white wins the rook. I mean, it's 2 pieces for a rook. It's a game, but the problem is just that white's pawns would have steamrolled black's minor pieces off the board. e6 wins a piece on the next move. So Arjun snapping off a pawn, parking his bishop on a dominant square, and he is in great shape, but it's not over. I mean, black's position remains quite solid despite the lack of a pawn.
Right, and now with bishop f7, the bishop, doesn't do much, but it's a very defensive piece, and that's exactly what black needs in this position. At the same time, black has ideas of going to c4 with a knight. So there's definitely potential for black in his position, but it's much easier for white to play here.
And I love white's knights. I mean, they're controlling all of the important squares. Knight on e3 is controlling c2. Hans going after the pawn on h5. Arjun says, no, you are not taking anything. This is looking really nasty. And Enamai, what do you think about rook f1 and f4? Oh, he plays it.
I think that's a very good approach to this position. You want to try to attack on the king side, and the way of doing that is by simply opening up the position. This pawn on g5, you do not want to have that pawn there unless there is no danger whatsoever, but f4 is causing a lot of problems.
Right. And will he play it now? I don't think so, because after f4, gf, rook f4, there are tactics with bishop takes e5. So you should probably patiently prepare it with queen d2 or queen d3.
It's always something you need to look out for in the French, any sort of capture on e5. And typically there's not a knight on e3, but it will always remain a vulnerable piece, because white's idea will always be to push f4. Not even in this situation specifically, but that's typically in the French the case. f4 is one of the main moves, but it will make the piece on e3 vulnerable. And so does it in this case.
Yeah, f4 takes a big toll on your position overall, so you better sort of only play it if you're absolutely sure that it will lead to a very powerful attack. Queen takes a4 as Arjun snaps off a second pawn, but Hans is starting to activate some of his pieces. I'm not sure I loved that entire campaign that Arjun went on to win the a pawn, because now The queen is a little bit awkward. Rook takes a3 is threatened. And I feel like he took this in slightly the wrong direction.
Perhaps Rook B3 is a move that should be considered now, but he goes back instead. And what I really like about Hans's play is that how much
Whoa!
he's trying to stop any pawn push. But
What did you? Whoa! What? What
he
was that?
completely collapsed
Wait,
there.
Anamaya, but what do you like about Hans's play again?
I did not expect the d5 pawn to be hanging right there. Wow.
What was rook takes a3? I mean, bishop was sitting on g4. This tactic was available for. I mean, the rooks were defending each other, which is what made it ineffective. Bishop takes a3, and black is very much still in the game. Hans with a total meltdown there. I mean, he's already lost after knight takes d5, but at least go queen d8, try to make a couple more moves. But that's a big win for Arjun, and the lead is down to 1. And what did we just watch?
Wow, that was insane. Both players, it's been going back and forth. Like, it's like both players have a very dominating position and they converted really, I mean, I wouldn't say easily, but in a very nice and fashionable way. But in this last game, that was a big shocker. And I have yet to see a really nice French defense from the players. I'm hoping to see that in the next portion of the match, because this was the 5+1 portion of this match.
Yes, it was. We will see how many more French structures we get in the next 60 minutes. But first, a short break. A little coffee refill. You are watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG, the second semifinal, and we will be back with in just a couple of moments.
Welcome to my world. Time to attack!
A knight on the rim is grim. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Chesskit is proud to present a charity simul exhibition with GM Anna Muzichuk in benefit of Ukraine. The three-time world champion will play 15 lucky members all at the same time. For more details, go to go.chess.com/AnnaSimul and tune in on May 17th at 9 a.m. Pacific right here on chess.com. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2022 Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We are back with the 3+1 portion of the match. And before we do, let's have a look at the Smarter Chess predictions brought to you by chessgulls.com. What do we see here, Danya?
Well, the prediction in 5+1 was very close, as Hans leads by a single point. Now, the overall Smarter Chess really put his faith into Arjun, 67% win probability. So Arjun will have some coming back to do in the 3+1, but I really feel like the last 3 or 4 games created a momentum swing. It almost felt like Hans was going to pull away at the start of the match with those 4 wins in a row, Anamaya, but the last games have been a lot shakier for Hans from an accuracy perspective, and Arjun has accelerated the pace of his play. So we'll see how all of that bears out in the 3-minute portion.
Absolutely, Daya, and we're back. We have now the next game on the board, and we see a very similar line as we've seen in the 5+1 portion. What do we make of this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't personally love these positions for black just because the knight is so annoying, and it's now supported by a pawn. We saw this already once. I mean, we saw this exact game. What happened in that game? I'm trying to remember.
It's actually very similar to what we're seeing on the board, I believe.
Oh, Hans won that one. Yeah, and here I mentioned rook a7 and b6.
Right.
And Hans played...
Queen c2 was played here, indeed.
Oh, but there was the knight on e4, so that's the difference. With the knight on e4, queen c2 made sense.
Ah, right. There were so many threats there. I believe... Okay, now he goes for queen a4.
Yeah, now I think you have to. Because what you don't want to do, you don't want to give away your dark squared bishop for the knight. Or at all. Right.
Yeah, he goes for knight e5. He makes sure that the bishop is safe on f4, and there's no knight h5 whatsoever as well. But with queen e8, there's more pressure on this pawn on b5. And a move like b6, you could consider that, but you just simply lose the pawn, and you don't have any counterplay for that.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say much worse or anything, but he has to solve these problems. I like the look of b3. But I suppose that walks into knight e4, and then the c3 pawn becomes really, really soft. And then the other knight could take on b5, so this could get really concerning very quickly.
Absolutely. And now Hans is spending his time here, which is really interesting because remember, we're now in the 3+1 portion. They have less time on the clock, and Arjun has barely spent his time. So it's really interesting to see that Hans is already down on the clock by a minute, and he needs to figure out what to do here. It's not that simple, and I also believe that b3 is a move that needs to be considered here very much.
It's not simple at all, right? And b3, as you're saying, it requires a lot of calculation. What could happen if we pull up the analysis board really quickly here is that after b3 knight e4, if you play bc, and maybe this is the best bet, but after knight c3, queen c2. Eventually, what's going to happen is that black takes on c4, and the b5 pawn becomes a huge liability. White ends up losing a pawn. So Hans, after a very deep think, deciding to go back to c2 and giving up the b5 pawn entirely.
Wow. Very interesting decision. He's really confident about the b3 push and making sure that it's happening safely without losing sight of the pawn on c3. Perhaps he could also be considering f3 e4 in the near future.
Yeah, f3. I mean, you can also play f3 just to cover the e4 square. Arjun deciding to take the pawn with the queen, and didn't he allow? Wait a
There
minute.
are some sort of tactics here.
So if you go knight g6, I'm trying to figure it out. Knight c4, bishop b4. See, the problem is if you play knight c4, bishop f4, and then you go back, this looks good, but you give up the h2. Oh, maybe this is what white should go for. And then basically say, oh, this was all part of the plan because now the h file is open.
Right, this might be fine for the simple reason that there's so much pressure on the king side. You can consider even pushing g4, g5, and the white's king on the h2 is doing fine. You're not in much danger.
And this is on the board, and c4 by Hans, stirring the pot on the queen side as well. Yeah, he's got compensation for the pawn, probably unintentionally, but he's done a very good job of wheeling his way out of the trouble. Now the biggest trouble might actually be on the clock.
True, c5 has been played. Hans is going for the play on the queen side instead, which is really interesting to see. He's not focusing too much on the king side.
No, for the time being at least, maybe until the rook gets to h1.
Right.
And the queen could always be intercepted. Worst comes to worst, black could play f5 or g6 at some point and cut into the queen's diagonal control of h7.
Would you say that black should be considering a move like e5 here to open up the position?
Yeah, especially with the king on h2. Oh, and Hans blundering another pawn.
Ooh. A small detail that was missed.
Yeah, I was going to say yes, but now... Oh, but again, it's not so simple because BC, you go rook ac1 or rook fc1, and it's very hard to defend this pawn. So Hans is very much still in the game.
True, and you do not want to play a move like knight b8. And even if you do, you face knight e5. It's not even helping you at all.
Exactly. So you might have to give up c6, but guess what? If you give up c6, then you might also end up giving up a6. So rook fc8 and still queen takes c6. I'm not sure I'm seeing an adequate response here. Maybe c5.
Perhaps you just need to let go of it and consider playing a5. But this bishop on e2 will become very strong as it's covering so many squares. The knights are having trouble maneuvering to nice squares.
Mm-hmm. And
queen b4.
Wait a minute, what? Queen takes c6 forks the knights. He wants queen takes b2, but is that really that dangerous for white? He goes rook a4.
So the idea was that after queen takes b2, if he managed to take the pawn, both the bishop and the knight would be hanging, but it's not that simple.
Right, and now he takes on c6. Somehow I feel like things are going really downhill for Arjun, despite the time situation.
Right, both players are around time trouble situation now. We have not seen many time scrambles, funnily enough. So this might be one of the first ones. But we see that Arjun is trying to consolidate, hitting that pawn on the b file. And what's next? How do we improve the situation of the knights?
And you've got to be very careful about b4, b5. And the knight, white's improving his knight, getting it all around to c5. And he plays it.
Ooh.
And black is still up a pawn, but white's got obvious pressure on the queen side, dc, and rook a2 is coming.
Wow. And now you put pressure on the pawn b4, okay?
Ooh, this is bad for white. He's lost the main pawn. And now
C5
rook b2 infiltrating.
Super weak on c5, indeed.
Okay, king g2. This reminds me of the very first game where Arjun won that rook endgame. This is going to be close.
Arjun has shown great technique in the endgame, indeed. So I'm curious to see if Hans can turn this around and hope, well, maybe save this because it's not looking good for him.
God, this one game is going to take 10 minutes off the match clock.
Yeah, both players are very much in time trouble, but they are holding up themselves well for now.
I think it's going to be a draw because, see, the problem is white could play c7 at some point. In fact, I probably would. Oh, rook c8 back. Okay, he goes rook h8. So we're going to have a 3-on-2, and Arjun can milk this for an eternity. Arjun can milk this forever.
Right. He is down on the clock right now, but I'm pretty sure that he wants to try to create some chances here, at least for himself. As he's up a pawn, he should not be able to win this, but
no,
it's very, very much possible still.
F4 there was possible. This is just a dead draw. I mean, black has no real ways to make any progress. You should try F4 and rook e6, for example, but white can just keep the rook behind the pawns and give checks whenever necessary.
Right, and now we see a lot of checks being given by Hans, and this should end in a draw. I'm not sure where Arjun can try to improve his position.
This is literally has taken 9.5 minutes, this game, off the match clock. That's actually nuts. And rook d2 check. One last chance, I thought, for black. Instead, he's going this way. Okay, so he's trying to trick way, but Hans has been super accurate in his defense.
Indeed, and it's very difficult to see here where Arjun can improve, but he's not going rook g1.
Hans should not have put his king on h3. He should have kept his king on g2. But is it still a draw? I don't know. G4 rook b6. So he's walking his king up. Oh, I think g4 was winning, actually. I think you're right. He's allowed
the king is infiltrating. It's over.
Rook e5 there. Rook e5 kept the king cut off. Unbelievable. Arjun's going to win.
Wow, that goes to show how difficult it is. Rook endgames, that you never know what's happening. You might be like, okay, it's very easy to hold that. It's very easy to make a draw, but it's also very easy to make a mistake and lose.
Oh my God, he won a 2-on-1 with the two pawns on the same flank. That is such a tilting loss in the first game of the 3-minute portion for Hans.
Right, and the score is tight now, so Arjun has managed to come back from a 3-point deficit, equalizing the score, and match is on.
Match is absolutely on, 0-0. We're back to square one.
Back to square one. The 5+1 portion did not happen.
Right. Welcome to the Junior Speed Chess Championship semifinal number 2. Yeah, let's wipe the slate clean. I'm not sure I love what Arjun is doing so far. He's given up a lot of central squares. That pawn on e4 clamping down on white's position. So maybe it's worth playing a move like d3 ASAP before black plays bishop f5 and buries him in the center.
Yeah, what I like that Hans is doing here is that he's creating a lot of space for himself. And you would typically say that it's very easy for white to create space as white's it's first to move at the start of a game, etc. But it's really clear to see that in this position, white is lacking this space. He can create it by playing b4, bishop b2, but it's still black has this really nice space available for the simple reason that this pawn is on e4, taking so much space from white and also a lot of squares.
The pawn on e4 is so strong, and it can also act as a stronghold. I mean, if you ever get your knight around to e5, that knight could then travel to d3. But before by Arjun, he's not just going to sit around and take it. He's going to try to push some pawns of his own.
Right, and Hans needs to be careful with this king on b8. I mean, it looks very safe for now, but the king on e1, it's not going anywhere, and it's very safe in the center.
For the time being, absolutely. I mean, he's surrounded. The king is surrounded by the pawn cocoon, h3, h5, preventing various g4 ideas, but unsatisfied by his king position, he castles queenside.
It's a very surprising decision because it looked like the king was doing just fine on e1, but he's confident about his chances on the queen side, and he's not worried that his pawns are already pushed ahead.
What about f4? And he plays it.
You can't take en passant.
And that's a big deal, because if black's bishop had been on g6, then en passant would have been possible. Now, maybe g3 to prevent h4. I actually kind of like white's position here. Despite the eval bar, I feel like he's making improvements.
Right, I believe so too. I'm not sure if you want to put more pressure on the queen side by going pretty much all in and push the a pawn as well, but he does it.
But you know what plan I like in these positions? Bishop e2, then rook g1 and g4, starting to expand on the king side. And I feel like, oh, but bishop e2 maybe allows queen e6. And the h3 pawn is then hanging.
Ooh.
So maybe the bishop should remain on this diagonal to keep h3 protected.
Gotta be careful. And you know what's funny, Danya? I think, I'm not sure if this is true, but I'm pretty sure that it's very rare to see two en passant opportunities in the same game, because as we see, Arjun took the en passant, and it's pretty rare to see two in one game.
Yeah, almost unheard of, actually, if I think about it. Two and peasants. Bishop drops back to c8. And Hans is banking on the long-term weakness of White's king. I think he wants to go bishop b7 and rook b8 and ultimately get his pieces to the queen side. But
what is happening here?
It just looks dubious. I mean, he's ruined his own pawn structure, and White's going to be first. White's beating him to the punch. I think Arjun is taking over this game once again.
You would say that there are potential tactics with bishop takes d5 in the air, but it seems like White is doing just fine, especially since there's so much pressure on the pawn on a6, and Black needs to be defending that as much as possible. And that is what is indeed happening. Hans is going with the queen to c8. And what is the follow-up here for White?
Yeah, that's a great question, because the follow-up for Black is going to be bishop f8 when the d5 pawn is very likely to fall. Arjun down to 38 seconds. And that's becoming a bit of a problem here. What is the follow-up?
I guess you can just improve the position, play bishop e2, or maybe even bishop g2 if you want to hit on the pawn e4. But I would say keeping the bishop on the diagonal would be better.
And he does, but he does it in this way in order to protect the d5 pawn. Okay, bishop back, bishop c4. Will he play queen d7 now?
Right.
He does. Now, bishop d5 would lead to a mass trade, which Arjun probably doesn't mind given his time situation as he prepares to take on c7 at the end of the line.
Indeed, and we see a couple of people in the chat asking why not take on g7 since it was free a couple of moves ago. We do not necessarily want to take this pawn g7 because it gives Black a lot of counterplay, and we want to focus as much as possible on the attack on the queen side.
Great point, and that is exactly what Arjun is doing as he doubles rooks on the b file, offering a trade. I guess Hans could trade once and then go rook d8, try to go after the d5 pawn again. We have some kingside pawn action. Some action, Miss Jackson here, h4.
Yeah, Black's position is just very rough to deal with, very cramped up, and he's trying to create some play here. I mean, obviously you can think of moves like queen g4, trying to hit on those pawns on the king side, which are pretty much very, very vulnerable, but you will let go of your own weak queen side. So that is what Black needs to deal with first. And he's trying to consolidate here, and he does a great job, but where is the breakthrough for White? It's not so simple.
It's really, and it hasn't, he's been so close for like 15 moves, but there just doesn't seem to be anything specific. And ooh, bishop d5, oh, that doesn't work because of queen takes b8 check. But 5 seconds for Arjun as he drops his queen back to a2. This just might be a draw, Anamai, because neither side will be able to make progress. That's entirely possible.
I agree. And now the rooks are off the board, and that's why Arjun is trying to go for the weak pawns on the king side. Now is the right time, as there's no more attack on the queen side.
Yeah, but Hans is infiltrating. No, bishop f5! He blundered his queen!
No! What a find! Where was that all of a sudden?
Queen h3, misdirection. Looks like he wants to take g3, but no, that's actually prophylaxis against queen takes c4. And time. That's why it's such an important factor, because eventually a blunder is inevitable in certain positions.
Right, and it's so easy to make those mistakes in time trouble. So it makes so much sense that he completely missed this at that point. But you can see how much confidence this Hans gives, because he was not in the best position. He was struggling almost the entire game. And this is very important win for him.
It really is, because the match is tied. It feels like he's starting to lose the thread, lose the grip, and boom, he wins a game that, you know, is tremendously frustrating for Arjun, who was better all game long. And he is back on top here, a 1-point lead. And yet another Jababa London, which is probably all that we will see from Hans. No more H5s and A5s, Saj.
Wow, yeah, he really switched it up this time. And we see that in this position, I'm actually liking what Black is doing here, planting the knight on b4. And I don't think anyone can ever bother this knight. You can obviously consider playing 91, 93 if you would want to, but that would mean you would just be wasting time here.
Yeah, I mean, 91, 93 is quite interesting. He goes bishop c7. So is he trying to swing the bishop around to a5? If you go queen d7, you might be walking into 95 also. So Black has to choose where to put the queen very carefully.
Does queen d7? Very surprising. I was going to suggest queen e8. He does it now. He kind of baited the move 95, it feels like.
Yeah, he provoked it. He provoked it, and then he provoked f3, which is obviously a pretty weakening move. And I actually quite like what Arjun is doing here. He brought his knight back to d6, attacking b5, and in the event of a trade, Black's just going to have a great position there.
I fully agree with you there. So what is White able to do now? With the bishop on c7, you would say that it's a great piece, the fact that you're able to enter the 7th rank like that, but it's not doing much there, which is why he decides to trade it off for that knight on d6.
And yeah, he's just basically playing for equality. The knight, as you pointed out, cannot really be bothered as long as it's defended by the bishop. But it also can't really escape. So it's a double-sided sword, right? It's in prison, but it's safe, but it's in prison. And maybe you can play a6 at some point and create the c6 escape square for the knight if you want.
And Hans is going for a rook c3. He's probably considering to stack the rooks on the c file as Arjun plays rook c8. And we see another rook trade.
Don't take with the queen.
Right, that stabs into knight a2. So he takes with the rook. Now, funnily enough, you would want to have the bishop rather than the knight on b4, but since the knight has no squares, it's pretty much impossible. And now he escapes. Interesting.
He finally escapes. The knight spent a while on b4, and I guess Hans will move his queen to c2 or c1. And queen c1 looks like the most reasonable move to me. No, actually, he takes it. Okay.
Wow.
Position is about balanced. I would say bishop b4 was a threat. White drops the knight back.
I would say that this knight is pretty much superior to the bishop for the simple reason that this knight has a lot of axis squares. This bishop is simply standing there defending, and this knight has a lot of axis points, and that makes Black's position so difficult.
That's very true. And there's these ideas like rook c6. I think with every trade of heavy pieces, the position becomes more difficult to play, which is, I think, why Arjun is trying to play so actively here. Queen h4, provoking more weaknesses. I thought f4 was interesting, but now he's probably going to drop back to g5, eyeing all sorts of sacrifices on g3, and there's f4.
This is causing a lot of weak squares around White's king. However, Black needs to take care of the fact that rook c8 is a threat, and you might be dropping a pawn if you're not careful. So he plays queen g6, eyeing on the g3 pawn because he wants to play h4, which is why Hans goes for king f2.
I was surprised that White didn't go for... Oh, I think I see. So rook c8 check, just really quickly, if we pull up the analysis board here, rook c8 check would have won the pawn. But the thing is, after queen takes h6, Black develops massive counterplay with h4. So Hans trying to make a prophylactic move first, but Arjun still responding with the h4, and now we're about to see a bunch of trades.
Right. Would you want to take that knight on e5? It does allow yourself to free yourself from tough positions dealing with that knight on e5. However, in this position, I'm not sure. if I would want to take the black pieces here. I mean, the knight is just infiltrating.
Yeah, I would have taken the knight. I thought he had one chance, and now the knight is, as you said, jumping all around. But on the other hand, rook a7 is excellent, and if knight b6, he's going to go rook b7. And if the knight moves, you take on b3 with check. So this is likeliest, I think, to end in a draw. Let's see how Arjun handles this position.
Right, and after rook b7, you can consider the move rook c6, but after bishop c7, your knight has to go to a very awkward square.
Bingo. And 30 seconds now for Hans. He's experienced more problems with his clock in the 3-minute portion than in the 5-minute segment, comparatively speaking.
Very interesting indeed.
Now, if you take on a6, black is going to go king h7, and the pin is going to be eternal.
Wow, you're not doing bishop c7 right away. You just hide with the king first. That's very interesting to point out. And the knight is not doing fine anymore. I mean, it's still able to maneuver around, but if it's on a4 right now, clearly black should be having the upper hand here.
Yeah, I mean, the knight is somehow out of commission. The knight used to dominate the bishop. Now, king takes g5 might get checkmated to bishop e7, check. And
wow, rook c8, and you can't stop it.
And now the pawns are fixed on dark squares, which could be a big problem later on if the bishop gets somehow to e1. Or the rook gets to g1 or h1. Whoa, white is in trouble. But knight b6 creating counterplay.
What a way, what a technique by Arjun to try to fix the pawns on the king side. And now, how do you deal with the fact that bishop b4 might occur very soon? Now, first, black needs to deal with the pawn a6, but he ignores it. He's not afraid to lose that pawn.
No, because I think he's going after the g-pawn. I think bishop e1, which he plays. And here comes the knight around it, goes to e5. Finally, it gets active again. And we might see some sort of a perpetual here as the rook will just keep checking black's king.
Don't go to the 6th rank. That was checkmate.
Right. Oh, it was rook d7 mate. Okay,
even if you go king f6, it was also problematic.
Huh. So who's better? I have no idea who's better here. Black's got this monster pawn. But white can stop it with rook g7, rook c2. Oh, don't go to f3. You would have gotten another mate on the 3rd rank. Oh, knight h3, stopping it.
Wow.
But rook f3.
This is really dangerous, and he sacrifices the piece. But the bishop is almost trapped. Okay, goes bishop g3, is able to escape.
The bishop is, and the pawns are on light squares, so you could very easily lose one or even both of these pawns. But black is finding a way to keep them protected. Uh-oh, bishop g3. And bishop e1.
Wow.
Or king e6 first. Black should be able to win this now.
Ooh, this is super unclear. Bishop e1 is now really sensible move, but he instead defends the pawn, which makes a lot of sense. But the b pawn is simply pushing.
But he's mate.
Checkmate!
Did you look at what he did? He got his bishop to a5, and bishop d2 is mate.
Oh wow! What a technique by Arjun.
Bishop e1 and bishop a5 setting up rook d2 checkmate. Whereas Hans, and I was thinking that he's just trying to stop the pawn.
Yeah, and what really hurt Hans's chances, he really tried to go for the win there. You could tell he was not going for any sort of repetition. No. And that hurt his chances a lot.
Yeah, I mean, in Arjun's time pressure, he had a knight that was alternating between being a monster and being the most passive piece on the board. And eventually, it was black's bishop and rook that coordinated in a mating net. What a win for Arjun. And the match is tied once again. And Amai, you can just feel the direction in which this match is going. It's going to be another barn burner.
Absolutely, Daya. I am expecting this to go down to the very last game in the bullet. We've yet to see, obviously, how the bullet portion will go. But for now, the players are really making it a close match. It's very hard to say, especially at this point, who the favorite is for the upcoming games. But for now, both players have shown great and impressive play.
Indeed. And we have another hanging pawn structure, which we've already had once. And Arjun once again on the white side of that structure. Okay. So rook fd1, I guess. In the last game, he got his knight over to h4. which he could still, I mean, he could play knight f3 here and try to go knight h4, knight f5. That's one idea.
This time it makes more sense as h6 has been played and f5 seems more accessible. In the previous game that we saw this structure, it was not able to go to f5 at all. But now you would never want to play g6.
Right. No, that would be too weakening. You're absolutely right. Another issue with knight f3 is that it walks into knight e4. And black could try to beat white to the punch. So maybe it's worth going queen b2 first, trying to freeze the knight on f6 and aim at the g7 pawn.
That seems like a very sensible idea. And it goes to show how powerful white's position is. And even though the engine is favoring black slightly, it's much easier for white to play her than for black. Like there's a lot of things that black needs to deal with. Whereas for white, I mean, with the bishop on e5, it's much easier to play here. And also black has to deal with the hanging pawns.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, I don't know, driving a bus, right? It's just black's position is harder to handle, but it doesn't mean it's worse, right? It just means it's harder to handle. The pawn structure, it's easier to make a mistake. I have never driven a bus and probably never will, but it's okay. But bishop f6. Oh, knight d. And there we go. Speaking of driving buses, knight d6. If you take, you got to take with. Got to take with a pawn. And now the queen's gonna swing over to the king's side.
Queen e2 maybe even to hit on the a5 and h6. Yeah, this e4 move by Arjun was a really strong move, allowing the knight to jump to c4. What a beautiful square for the knight.
No, this knight is on a legendary square. a5 cannot be defended, but you don't even have to rush with capturing. I mean, I guess I would capture it. Maybe also e5? I don't know.
We love free stuff, but indeed, it's probably too much to go and rush for it. Arjun has a lot of different plays here. Now playing e5, opening up the diagonal for the bishop. There's a lot of problems for Hans that he needs to deal with.
Trade of bishops. You have a good knight against bad bishop situation, sort of a classic textbook position. But Hans, he says, I'm going to do my very best, activates his queen, and threatens another collinear move with rook e2.
Right, and the nice thing about Hans's position is that the d4 pawn has potential. Once the pieces are being traded off, this pawn will be able to push through, and it will be much easier to involve the bishop as well later on. But if it wasn't for that pawn, black would have been in a very tough situation.
Yeah, black would have simply been lost. And the other pawn, which bothers me, is the one on b3. Hans is threatening to capture it right now, and that would give him connected passers on the C and D files. Arjun takes a5, rook e2. He wants queen f4, the only way to defend the f2 pawn.
Oh,
and here comes the pawn. Ooh,
you do not want to play queen f4.
Not now. This is really scary. Now rook e2 is a devastating threat. Maybe knight c4, but that doesn't stop rook e2 and then d2 in the end. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe knight c4 is the move.
Oh, the tactics. Oh, wow.
There's some ridiculous lines there. Let's see if he plays it. I feel like
he's
he will.
Spending his time. He's now a minute down on the clock, so that's quite a big gap already. He goes for it, knight c4?
And I think we're going to see on the board, rook e2, queen f4, d2. The rook has the f1 square, and that's the key. It means that rook e1 does not come with check. He's got to find it, and he does.
Wow.
And I think white's better.
Yeah, it's very difficult to see the d2 pawn survive. Now with queen d3, queen g4 seems a very logical move. Knight e5 maybe even? Knight e5, queen g4?
Yep, knight e5. He goes knight b2 back, which I kind of like. He blockades the d1 square. That is black's only major source of danger. And now Hans needs to not miss this fork. Do not go queen c2 if you're Hans.
Queen c2 is very tempting indeed. So I'm not expecting him to play it. He has plenty of time on the clock to decide what to do. And he sees it. He plays queen e7, making sure that queen g4 is out of the question. But
now rook e1 looks a little bit scarier. Of course, Arjun's idea is to play king g2. Hans moves his king to the side. But isn't there king f1? Oh, king f1 is powerful.
Wow.
What a move by Arjun. dislodging the rook. And if he wins d2, the game, it will not be totally over, but it will be totally winning for white.
Right, and the knight has so many access points in the position. This bishop on f8 is still stuck there, and it's not going anywhere because the pawn on h6 needs to be defended by some piece.
Pawns on f6 are so strong. Like the way that they hold black's entire position back, the way that they restrict the bishop is really impressive.
This might even be winning if you remove the knight from the board. That's how winning it is, unless you allow rook e1 checks.
No, he moved queen h3. Queen g2, rook e1. He lost his queen.
Goodness! What a tactic!
Queen. He lost his queen, and it's still not over. He has a million pawns, but it is over, and he's just gonna flag. Oh my god,
goodness.
Hans with another swindle. That was insane. And what was the move there? I didn't see where the queen could go, and neither did Arjun.
That was insane.
There are still tactics here. Knight f7. Yeah, but queen e4 wins the knight.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
So let's go back for a second here to the and this game's going to be aborted. Okay. Let's go back for a second to that moment to figure out where he should have put his queen. If not f3.
Not f3. What is the move? Yeah, it's not so simple.
Because this gets checkmated, right? Oh my... No, it wasn't rook d6. Do you see anything? I'm totally blanking.
I don't really see quite the move here. I mean, you either lose the queen or you get checkmated.
Okay, I'm going to look this up because I thought the eval bar was still showing an advantage for white. Oh, maybe... No, rook d8 again, queen h3.
No, rook d8
maybe the blunder...
work.
I guess the blunder came here. I guess the blunder
Right, I think so
here.
too. But what do you do? Because I guess knight d3?
Yeah, knight d3. Knight d3 defending the e1 square. But how tempting is it to take on d2? But rook e4, what a brilliant move. And it's over. So that was the blunder. Such a natural move. And another big win for Hans. The match is tied once again. Ladies and gentlemen, you will not want to miss the end. Oh, sorry. Hans is actually leading by a point now. I'm not even keeping up. But
no worries.
The fact remains, you do not want to miss the rest of the match. We'll go on a very short break. When we come back, we'll have the second portion of the 3+1 match from the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. The I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship is back. Catch some of the strongest masters compete in fast-paced chess with I Am Polina Shuvalova taking on I Am David Pruss on May 19th. That's 2 days from now at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. Tune in for all the action right here on chess.com and visit go.chess.com/IMSCC 2022 for more info. Well, we're watching a very exciting JSCC matchup. The second semifinal between Hans Niemann and Arjun Erigaisi is underway. 30 minutes of 3+1 have been played. Anamaya, it's a 1-point lead for Hans. This has been a close and exciting match.
Absolutely, Daya. It's a roller coaster. In the last couple of games, we've seen that both players are having chances, and all of a sudden in the last game we saw Hans taking the win there when he was not supposed to get the win. But the positions are not that simple. You would say that based on the position that one side is winning, but then there are so many complications being made that both players are having chances back and forth. So that's really impressive to see. And I'm really curious to see what is going to happen in the remaining 30 minutes of the 3+1 portion.
Yeah, and we saw this in the last game where Arjun was in control for most of the game, but he lost his cool, and Hans found this incredible idea with rook e4.
The fact that he was able to make use of the d2 pawn so well was really impressive. And we kind of thought that it was pretty much game over, even though there was a pawn d2, but he proved us wrong. And now we're in the next game. Let's have a look what is happening here.
And they're repeating exactly the same position after queen a4 as 2 games ago. Bishop d6 this time. I think that's the new move by Arjun, right? I don't remember what he played last time, but I feel like it wasn't bishop d6. I feel like it might have been, was it queen d7 or was it bishop d6? But in any case, Hans is taking his time.
There was a bishop d6 move, I remember, but it was followed by knight e5. Maybe it was later on that there was queen d7 played first. I'm not entirely sure anymore, but it was played at some point.
Yeah, there's so many Jababa Londons that my eyes are glazing over. Like I'm not distinguishing one from the other. b3, that's the move we've been discussing very frequently, and knight e4 as a counter strike attacking c3. And now a choice for white. Does he take on c4 or does he defend the c3 pawn?
Right, it's not so simple to decide this. He goes for defending on c3, but this pawn structure is really interesting and very complicated at the same time too. And wow, they're going for some crazy knight c5.
Whoa. No, this looks terrible for white. What is he doing? Knight takes d6.
Black is up a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, c4, he's trying to crash through on the queen side, but black is up a pawn. He's going to have connected passers. And after a6, he immediately took on c4, missing that after a takes b5, black picks up 2 pawns.
It seems like Hans miscalculated a line here. Perhaps he was thinking there was a sort of discovery attack, but the rook lined up on the c file, but the knight was simply fine and covering all squares, all the pawns that were possible to capture for the bishop. So we see now 2 connected passers, and they're pretty much unstoppable.
Yeah, although Hans is doing his best. He wants to get his knight back around to c5. And the best case scenario, I think, for white is something like rook d8, knight c5. If black just nonchalantly plays a3. Now, maybe this is what black should do. But after knight b3, the knight does temporarily blockade the pawns. Still, it's very bad. I mean, black can sink his teeth into c3. And, black is not in a hurry here. Eventually, you can dislodge the knight. This is happening.
We see knight c5 on the board, and you might want to, if you consider b3, then obviously drop the a4 pawn, but it could give you a lot of practical chances. Instead, he goes for a3. As you mentioned, this line looks very promising.
Bishop f3 first. So Hans is not rushing with knight b3, and there is no immediate rush. Now there is a rush because b3 has become a threat. And still he doesn't play with knight b3. He goes rook b1.
Rook b1, interesting, because this allows knight c3, but at the same time, the bishop is looking right towards the rook on a8, so it might not be that good enough yet, but it's definitely an idea that could be considered.
Interesting. So
Both players have been spending their time here.
Yeah, they have been. This has been a relatively slow-paced game. Rook a7, unpinning the knight on d5. And now we'll play knight c4. Ooh, he's getting into d2.
Oh, he allows knight d2, but yeah, he decided to go for rook b3 rather than the knight. He had a lot of faith in the knight on c5, but he realized, okay, he's going back. He's trying to hit on the pawn before, but it's so well defended. So it's really difficult to put more pressure on that pawn.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. Okay, bishop e2, pinning the knight. It's not over. Arjun getting a little bit low on the clock, but knight a5 is a very nice move. Counter-attacking the rook on b3. And don't exclude an exchange sacrifice on c5, followed by knight c3.
That could be very much considered, and we might see, okay, knight c3 first, no need to sacrifice. But
That's
this looks crushing.
better.
It's almost impossible to stop the pawns.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time. I mean, white can do everything in his power, but black's got too many pieces, too many threats. And he takes on b1, nice intermezzo. But it's all very simple. This is not hard to find.
Bishop d3, and the knight has to retreat now.
Knight d2,
I was considering maybe you have some moves like a2 and b3, but probably too much. You don't need to do such moves. But he goes for knight d2. The knight is also keeping an eye on the promotion square, which could be very useful as soon as the pawn is able to push to b2.
Yeah, and even after rook d1, you could just ignore and play b3. Oh my gosh, there's a cool line there that I could show, but I guess I'll wait. Okay, knight a6 is a moot point. Oh, okay, but why did Arjun allow knight takes b4?
Oh.
He could have played maybe knight b3 there. I thought that was a lot cleaner.
Yeah, in this situation, black will still be ahead a piece, but since the pawns are all on one side, there are no weaknesses here for black, for white. I mean, it might be very difficult for black to convert this. And also, Arjun is low on the clock.
He is, and the knights are really scattered about the board. You got to make sure, first of all, not to blunder anything. And white's structure, as you alluded to, is perfect. Don't go king g2.
Ooh, gotta be careful.
But this is bad.
The pawn on h2 drops.
Yeah, he has to drop another pawn. And now it should be pretty straightforward.
It's still not easy to create a passed pawn. I guess you can consider it by playing h5, g5, but he decides to resign right there. And the score is even again.
It's even again, and lots of black wins in this match, with Hansa's trusted Jubaba London just not working out the way that he's wanted it to. In a London system here by Arjun, who will strike with the white pieces first. This match is up for grabs right now with 18 minutes left in the 3-minute portion. Big couple of games here.
Absolutely, Daya. And what made me realize when you said that black has been winning a lot of games here is that we haven't seen the French defense in a long time. So that's, I was a bit happy for a second, but I got really disappointed quickly there.
Right.
Yeah, we see a lot of Londons right now, and what would you say that would you rather take the white pieces here?
I like black because I like the plan of going b5 and attacking the queen side, whereas for white it's quite hard to organize the e4 pawn break. But it seems like Arjun knows what he's doing as he tries to disrupt the progress of black's pawns with a4. Now, if you go b4, there's knight takes c6, and then c takes b4. And white's just up a pawn.
And white is doing fine there. So it's indeed very difficult here for black to continue on the queen side now with the pawn on a4, putting a lot of pressure on the pawn on b5. So yeah, it's pretty balanced so far. And I'm not really seeing where white should go otherwise, because you want to play f3, e4 maybe in the future, but obviously that's not happening right now.
He's gone b4.
Interesting
Closing
decision.
up the queen's side.
He wants to play queen b2 and try to stack the rooks on the a file.
Yeah, although again, I just don't feel like white is even contending for an advantage here. Black gets control of the a file. White's going to wrestle that control away from him, or at least he's going to try, and he's going to fail. And Black's in great shape here.
Black is in
Got the
great
only
shape,
open
but
file.
how do you actually make use of the fact that you have the a file at your possession? It's not so easy to see because there's a lot of tension going on in the center, and Black needs to be defending the pawn on d5 very much.
Well, the simple question here is why can't white take on f6 and take on d5? And I think Arjun is asking that very same question of Hans. He's got one check.
Queen e2?
Oh, there's knight takes c4. Ooh.
Wow.
That was I'm sure what Hans must have missed.
Wow. Queen e2 looks like a very logical move, putting pressure on the pawn f2 and trying to win it, but it doesn't work.
Unbelievable tactical details. They decide everything at this level. And let me just show this on the board really quickly. Queen e2, knight takes c4, defending the queen, attacking Black's queen, and you can either move your queen or you trade, and white is up 2 pawns. Hans is now in serious trouble as he activates his bishop. But Anima, it's still a game, and Black is super active. All 3 results are still possible.
The pair of bishops are extremely strong, especially in this position. You want to consider playing e4, but then you'll get hit by bishop g5. And it is so difficult for white to coordinate the pieces properly and make sure that the bishops cannot work together because they're sniping along the diagonals very much here.
Very much so. And one thing that worries me about Hans's long-term prospects here is the pawn on b5 being a huge weakness. If you trade on e4, virtually any opposite colored bishop endgame is going to be lost. Bishop h4, g3. Evalbar hated that move. Is it because of queen? What does it do to queen f3? It could be due to queen f3. It was queen f3 and he didn't find it.
Wow, it's very difficult to play a move like queen f3 standing on the same diagonal as a bishop.
Exactly, but the point was that the knight had no effective discoveries, and that queen endgame was closer to a draw than to anything else. Now it's again pretty iffy for Black, but still very active.
Queen h5 could be a possible move, and the bishop is able to attack the pawn on h3. It's definitely not over yet for Black.
No, far from it. And he drops the bishop back to g2, lending more support to the king, preparing to push the d-pawn. Let's see if Arjun can make progress here.
Very solid move by Hans, playing king g7. Now e4.
Now the Evalbar is saying Black's better.
It's insane because bishop e2, which is not liked by the Evalbar. He's trying to go for bishop f3, but the pawn is pushing really quickly.
Yeah, he goes queen d3. Hans kind of feels like he's floundering around on the first couple of ranks without having really achieved anything. White, on the other hand, has smoked his pieces out of their dominant posts. The pawn sits pretty on d5. h5, h4 probably will happen.
Right, and the problem here for white is that you cannot let go of the c3 pawn. But even then, would you consider going queen f4 and be like, you can take this pawn, I have my d pawn that is going all the way to d8. And he goes queen e3 instead.
Yeah, very similar idea. I mean, I'm actually not convinced the queen trade is winning. Black might have a fortress there, but with 30 seconds on the clock, Hans will have to calculate that out. And maybe e5 and e5 and bishop c6. That's a very, very powerful idea. It's still not that convincing for some reason.
Yeah, this bishop on e2 is defending the c4 pawn super well, but at the same time, he doesn't take.
Oh, it's this. That's the move, because it stops bishop c6. Now, bishop d5 here is probably the best chance going after the kingside pawns. But Black will be able to defend the g6 pawn by playing a well-timed bishop d3.
This is probably why e5 first was more accurate rather than playing d6 right away, because now the king is on d7 already.
Very good point. And Hans by the skin of his teeth. He might be able to secure the draw, and I think he will. This is a fortress, despite the pawn on d6. He'll just never capture it because of bishop e8.
And there's no way for white to make anything happen here. Even if you get to bishop to f5, well, actually,
Oh, yeah.
can you?
I mean, even this is fine. Yeah, he captured it, and now the king is in time. And it's going to be a draw.
There's no way for either side to make something happen here, and they're just moving the kings around.
Riveting endgame.
I'm guessing they're offering... Okay, I offered... Did they offer to draw?
Yeah, I mean, Arjun offered a draw, and Hans declined it.
Okay.
You know what I think he's trying to do? Maybe he's trying to milk the clock.
Perhaps, yeah. Maybe he's more confident in the bullet portion of the match.
Yeah, but in that case, he should sit.
True.
He
does.
Is. That's hilarious.
Wow.
He's going to take another 50 seconds off of the match clock.
I was going to say, when is the repetition actually happening? I mean, you can... I wouldn't be so sure if you're quicker with the 50 move rule or if you're going to run into like accidental repetition.
That's a good question. Yeah, I guess he'll run into repetition because White's going back and forth with his king.
True.
So Black has to manufacture new patterns with his king without hitting the same squares. That's funny. 10 minutes left on the match clock. And finally a draw by repetition. Yay!
He ran into the repetition. Unbelievable.
The score is 8-8. You're watching the second semifinal from the JSCC to determine who will challenge Nihal Sarin for the crown. And it's all locked up at 8.
We're in the semi-Slav. Let's see which lines they are going for. Okay, very solid approach. Very normal setup for Black.
Indeed. A Slav. And it's good to see a new opening.
Right.
Okay.
And yeah, it looks like Black really wants to go for c5 in those structures. So the way of doing that is by playing a6 and then followed up by c5. Whereas White's idea is obviously to not allow this to happen. Sometimes you see a4 being played, but also there are moves like e4, simply gaining space in the center.
But I wonder if Hans is a little bit outside of his comfort zone here. I've never really seen him play these positions. He's played almost exclusively the Jababa London in his JSCC matches to date, other than the times he's played 1h4. But this is quite up Arjun's alley. I mean, he's a longtime Slav player, and you called it, Anamaya. Here comes c5, and Black has, I think, solved most of his opening problems.
For sure. As soon as you get c5 in the position, you gain so much space. And typically in those positions, start with the starting move 1d4, you typically see the bishop, the light squared bishop, being sort of a problem, unless you get it out of the pawn chain, the pawn being on e6. But now with the bishop having an open diagonal, it has a lot of prospects, and that is really important in this situation.
And if anything, it's probably Black who has the small edge here, just because the light squared bishop is much better than its counterpart. It's controlling the long diagonal. The queen shifts to the right. Now knight ce4 is a nasty idea. Queen b1 might be necessary, and he plays it.
He plays it, and Black has so much space. I'm guessing we see rook fd8. There we go. And Black has a really nice position. If you're able to get to this position with the Black pieces, you should be very happy. And at the same time, White has a lot of space as well, but it's not so clear where his pieces are going next because his bishop on b2 is not doing much.
No, it's really not. While for Black, there are a lot of improving moves. Knight b6, knight c4 being, I think, the most immediate maneuver that comes to mind. White can try knight f3 to d2 and then bishop f3, trading off Black's strongest piece. But that just doesn't look that great either.
Right, and we see knight d4 being played now. And once again, it's really easy here to play around, to maneuver around for Black. Whereas White, okay, he has found an idea to go knight a5, which is already a big improvement. But the bishop simply goes to a8, and that's all you have here with the white pieces. You don't have another plan here.
And all of this is taking a lot of time off the clock. Like, all of these ideas that white is finding are unnatural, and you have to spend time coming up with them. So he's already down to 1:15. Now
Right,
we
and
have the
it's-
possibility of a rook trade.
It's so simple here to play here with black. I mean, okay, black allowed knight c5, but how big is that of an issue if you're perhaps maybe you're able to play a5, however, that drops the b5 pawn.
Yeah, that would be a very, very nice move to make if you could undermine the knight. Maybe you go back with your bishop. I feel like maybe allowing... Oh, but then a6 hangs. So he's in too deep. Knight h5.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh. All sorts of sacrifices on deck.
Right, he wants to go queen g5, followed by knight f3, and the pair of bishops on a8 and b8, they're so strong, and that's why Hans is going for f4. It makes a lot of sense trying to blockade at least one of the bishops, because it's gonna be a pain for white otherwise.
Right. Yeah, and knight f3 immediately was actually, I think, a very serious threat. Now, at least he takes the dark-squared bishop temporarily out of commission. But will he have the guts to grab that pawn on a6? No, he goes knight e4.
He really wants to make sure that there's nothing going on the king side. So I'm curious to see what Arjun has in mind now. Bishop a7, interesting move. The pawn on e3 is very vulnerable, and he's trying to make use of that.
Putting more pressure on the knights, as you pointed out. Bishop e4 and knight e4 isn't possible. You lose e3 with a fork. Hans sending in his bishop, providing reinforcements to the knights. There's e5 on the cards as well, potentially, and he plays it, and he opens up the center. This is starting to look real juicy for black. Look at those bishops.
The bishops are monsters along those diagonals, and it's not easy for white to defend here. White is trying queen b2 and also trying to create some sort of battery along this diagonal. Let's see if he can actually make use of this.
Well, he's attacking the knight, so Arjun has to decide whether to defend it with rook e8. That looks pretty natural to me. Or to play a move like knight c4, trying to keep the initiative going, and he decides on that. And knight on e4 is going to be hanging at the end of the line.
Wow, very impressive, very interesting decision. And it's not so easy for Hans here. What could the best thing to do here? He decides to take it, which is a bit surprising given the fact that this bishop was defending g2 very well, and you might really need this light squared bishop. But at the same time, this knight was very disturbing on c4.
That's a nice knight. Hans has taken advantage of Arjun's undefended pieces very well throughout the match from the very first games. That's been one very specific area in which I've been impressed with Hans' tactical vision. And both knights are captured. Don't go rook d5, because then there's a fork.
Ooh,
that's easy to miss.
Something that he will definitely spot. But I'm curious to see if Arjun is also spotting it, because Hans has so many resources. I would not be surprised if he was really aware of this already.
And here comes the rook. He does lift his rook, but he does it in a better way than rook d5. Black with a big initiative here. White's king is in huge trouble as the rooks knife their way into White's position.
And now rook d5, because the rook is not on c8 anymore, cannot be attacked anymore, and the rooks are simply going to the g file. g4.
h5 disrupting the g pawn. The attack is getting insurmountable. Takes, and rook cg6 with queen e6 to follow. Hans trying to keep the g file closed.
Very
but now the h file opens.
Ooh, and rook h1 is coming next, and you cannot defend that. Bishop takes g7. He's trying to make the miracle happen, but it's not happening.
Nope. Bishop f3. Anything wins. Just taking on e1 and then taking the bishop in the end. Even that is sufficient, and he does it.
He does it.
What
no need to worry.
Arjun.
Wow. And he's taking the lead. I believe that's the first time. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think he was leading after the very first game. He won the very first game, but after that, Hans has been, at the very least, tied all the way through.
Right. Very impressive play by Arjun. And he is showing great technique. He's not going for the very shaky approach. He's really taking it easy, and he strikes whenever necessary. He did not want to complicate it that much. And he knows simply taking that bishop is enough. So let's see how the next game develops.
And I think we kind of called it in the previous game. He's not really a Slav player from the white side, and he wasn't too comfortable with the ideas. Arjun built up a steady time advantage and converted it with beautiful dynamic play. Let's see how Hans responds to facing only his second deficit this entire match. We have another position where I'm just not a huge fan of the way Hans is setting this up.
Yeah, and the problem here is that, as we saw in the previous game, the light squared bishop of black on b7 had access on this diagonal. It has a lot of space, but now it's stuck on b7, defending the pawn on c6, which seems to be, okay, maybe it's not going to be captured soon, but it will be a permanent weakness for black, and it's really difficult to play around this pawn.
Yeah, well, Hans is trying to set up c6, c5. If he can make that happen, he'll be in much better shape, but Arjun beats him to the punch, opening up tension between the queens. And if you defend the queen with rook d8, well, then you're going to lose the pawn. You trade of queens and bishop takes c6 to follow. This is bad.
Not looking good for black, and it will be super difficult throughout the entire game to deal with this position because white has so many access points, so many threats to create.
Yep, and now you can't play c5 at all. Here comes the rook to d1. And it's the same problem. You called it, Anamaya. You're constantly having problems with the c6 pawn. You can almost never play rook f d8. And you can, but then you can't really recapture with the rook. Because you can't afford to drop a pawn like this.
It's a very expensive pawn. And as pawn e5, you might say that's also a weak pawn. It's so far ahead and is not defended by a pawn.
Oh.
But how can black attack it?
But black has managed to go c5. And I still think white is for choice. Because now he's transferred his advantage. No longer is the c-pawn weak, but now white's got the diagonal and white's got the d-file. But can Arjun actually convert it into something?
Yeah, it seems like the light squares are very weakened right now, but how does white make use of it? As long as the queen is on c8, how do you infiltrate there? It's not so clear.
It really isn't. Arjun taking a long time here, and Hans has defended very, very well so far. As he stops the pawn in its tracks with h7, h6. Arjun centralizing his queen. And Hans can do the same. He can play queen g4 if he wants. But instead he goes for the trade.
Okay, so yeah, the white queen is on d5 very active, but what is it actually able to do? Now that the rook's off the board, the queen is just going to stay on c8, and good luck making progress here with the white pieces. And actually, white should be worried in this position even.
Yeah, well, he's created a permanent weakness on b3, and Hans has the long-term idea of creating a passer on the queen side. So it sounds crazy, but white might already be on the back foot. It might be a good time for Arjun to start thinking about taking the queen and getting a better endgame. That was a bad decision by Hans, because he's going to have this f4, g4, f5 idea. That was hasty.
Wow. And that goes to show how powerful this pawn e5 can be. It is taking so much space. And now with the king on e4, much more active than black's king, white is going to be able to make something happen here.
I think Arjun's going to win this game, because this idea of shoving these kingside pawns up the board is going to be really, really powerful. Hans, he tries to create his own counterplay on the queen side at last. But will it be enough to prevent the avalanche?
And you can simply decide to ignore it, obviously. But there must be a breakthrough here. Can you play g5 here?
G5, very interesting move. Takes. That does look very strong, because the pawn gets to e6, and he plays it. The eval barber doesn't like it, but I think practically speaking, it's very interesting.
I believe so too.
How do you make progress?
Yeah, you want to play f6 perhaps, but then the h-pawn will probably never be able to push. So he goes bishop d2 back, trying to stop any of the pawn pushes on the queen side. But as you said, how do you make progress? It's not so clear.
I think the worst is behind Hans. I think he's managed to hold a draw here. And I think Arjun kind of forgot. I also forgot that black can just not respond Black doesn't have to take on f5. See, the key is that if White's king had gotten to f5, White would have been able to make further progress with his e-pawn. Now it's a draw, and Arjun's going to go into the bullet with a 1-point lead.
Right. And that is not a big difference, but given how the match has progressed, it seems like Arjun is good on track and Hans really needs to step up in the bullet portion.
And wait just a second. I don't know why Hans allowed King d5. Playing with fire a little bit. It's still a dead draw, even after King g4.
There might be opportunities of putting the bishop on c3, and once you play e6, you might be able to take the pawn on g7. Now, with the pawn still on c4, it might be just fine, but it's definitely an idea that Hans needs to look out for.
Oh, it certainly is. Arjun is trying his best to find something, but okay, e6 is basically a draw for, I think, after king takes h5.
Right, and the king is just in time to play to go to g6 and defend g7. You don't even have to defend it, but just to be sure that you're not going to drop anything there.
For sure, for sure. King back to g6. There it is. Arjun's going to go king d5, I would imagine, and then king f5. Anchors the king to the pawn. It's a dead draw.
Right. I do not see this go anywhere else either.
Right. I mean, you never know in these matches. Oh, he's trying to get the bishop around to d6.
Right. And now there goes the pawn to g5. And he can simply, go bishop f6. And I'm expecting a repetition here because this is also the last game. So there's not anything to milk anymore regarding the clock.
No. At this point, they're going to the bullet. And that concludes the hour of 3+1. Man, has this been entertaining or what? And we're down for 30 minutes of bullet showdown. It's only a 1-point match. Arjun, there was a point at which this match was slipping away from him, but an excellent performance in the 3-minute portion. He will go into the bullet with a 1-point lead. We will see who will emerge into the final to challenge Nihal Sarin for the JSCC crown. But first, we're going to go on a very short break. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. And Amaya and I will be back with the bullet segment on the other side of this break.
Classified trading is a game really that you're playing with competitors and basically every market participant in the world. My path, I came in as a poker player, but I think that the main thing that everybody has in common is a sense of competitiveness and interest in gaming and strategy in general. Yes, you can actually use gaming skills for your career and for something to do on a day-to-day basis.
SIG is a global quantitative trading firm that uses strategic games like chess to improve their decision-making skills. From corporate chess teams to podcasts to blog posts to collegiate chess sponsorships, see how SIG employees bring their love of chess to work every day at sig.com/chess. Well, Hans Niemann and Arjun Erigaisi have brought their love of chess to this match. Hopefully you bring your love of chess to the workplace. And you can let us know in the chat which chess skill you think is most helpful to you at work. 1, using theory, or 2, intuition. That's the SIG question of the day. Something to ponder as the players get ready to start their 30 minutes of bullet to determine who will challenge Nihal Sarin for the JSCC finals. Anamaya, it's been an entertaining match as advertised, and we are in for a heck of a 30 minutes.
Yeah, we are approaching the bullet now. I'm very excited to see where this is going to. Sometimes we see that in some of the matches it's very one-sided, but I'm not expecting any less from what we have seen so far. The players are putting up such a great match so far, and with Arjun in the lead now by 1 point, anything could still happen.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen epic comebacks this year. We've seen multiple 5-point comebacks. Most recently by Mohamed Muradli, whom Arjun beat yesterday. The lead was 5 going into the bullet, but Arjun left absolutely no doubt. And here we go. Buckle your seatbelts. Hans Niemann with the white pieces in game 1, and am I another Slav?
Right, very interesting that Hans decides to go for this again. He kind of dropped the Jababa London for the time being. So I'm curious to see if he will find an improvement this time, because in the previous semi-Slav, Arjun got a great position.
Yeah, this time he goes for a slightly different line, but here comes Arjun again, striking with e5. He's got those bishops again, right? B7 and d6. Okay, so we have a trade on d5. He could throw in e4, and he does.
He does. That's why he was taking his time there. Typically, we would all take on d5 right away, but now with e4 in the position, it's not that simple anymore for white.
Knight h4, trying to take the opportunity to swing his knight over to f5 and delete the bishop on d6.
Knight f5, and the bishop now has been captured. White has a pair of bishops, but how much does this favor white? You would say that with the pair of bishops, you have a lot of opportunities, but look at the bishops. One is on f1, and the other on b2, pretty much stuck. I would rather take the black pieces here.
Yeah, although I would argue that if the rooks are traded, right? If you trade all 2 pairs of rooks, since when are there 8 rooks on the board? White could get some pressure on the d5 pawn eventually, and the bishop on a3 does have some prospect. It could even swing over to e7 in some cases, but Hans dropping lower on the clock here.
Indeed. For so far, the game has been pretty slow paced. I mean, obviously we're in bullet, but both players are around 30 seconds, so not a big damage there. But yeah, the game is on, and we're in an endgame right now, and it's not so clear who's better here.
It really isn't. I mean, I would guess it's white. White's got the 2 bishops. He can play h4 to fix black's pawn structure. But how will white make progress? I think that's what you're saying. How is white actually going to make progress on either side of the board? Maybe bishop d1, bishop b3. What do you think about that maneuver? Maybe a4 first.
I think that makes a lot of sense. The d5 pawn is a big target, and b5 was played now to stop bishop a4. But now after bishop b3, you might have to be worried about the pawn d5. He goes bishop c5 instead.
That was a very bad move. I think knight d takes c5 gives black great chances. Oh, but why did he take with that knight? He could have taken with the other one and then broken through with d4. I still think that Black's got better chances than he would if Hans had shoved his pawn up to a5. Okay, what's happening now? Knight e2, stopping d4. Here comes
Right,
Arjun,
a5,
breaking
okay.
through.
Trying to get rid of the pawn chain, but the pawn chain, they're still there. b4 is still defending c5, but how do you take care of the pawn b4 now? d4?
d4, Hans is overpressing. I feel like he thinks he's immune here, but he might actually lose this game. Look at all the progress that Arjun is making on both sides of the board.
Ooh, and he locks down the king side.
d4? Oh, and he's got a sack on
bishop
g4 in
c8.
some cases.
Hans needs to go to the f1 with the king to stop the pawns.
And he's got 3 seconds, and Arjun's going to go in with his king. He's going to lose on time. Knight a1. Knight e2.
Oh my goodness.
It's over. I don't see him pulling this one out. He's going to flag.
Oh, he flagged. He completely forgot about his time. Or he was just not in time to make his move. 1 second is really not a lot.
And I just don't feel like, I mean, I felt like Hans, you know, he had plenty of opportunities there. He had a basically risk-free position. And once he allowed Arjun's king to get to e5, that's when things started complicating. A very frustrating game one for Hans. And it's a 2-point lead. Things starting to look a little bit concerning here for Hans Niemann.
Right, and Arjun is doing so well. He is able to consolidate super well. He's not giving Hans a lot of chances here, and he made very well use of the strength of his position. And now we are in the next game. We're back to this line. They're back to this London type of position, and it looks like, I mean, both sides are doing well, but this pawn a4 might cause a lot of problems for white.
Yeah, now look at these light squares the black has control over. Knight b6, knight c4 is the classic idea. Currently, the knight on d2 is guarding the c4 square. He goes the other way. He goes knight f6 and queen a6, offering a trade of queens. He might even take with a pawn in the event of a trade and mount pressure on the b2 pawn. So Arjun, big decision here. He says, I'm okay to trade, but only on my terms. Still, white is slightly worse.
Right, this knight is able to maneuver all the way to c4 or maybe even b5, and so does white, but the axis points are not that visible for white. You can try to go knight d3, knight c5, or knight e5, but you're not doing much there, and knight c4 is threatening much more.
Yeah, knight c4 attacks, immediately makes contact with the pawn. I love the way Hans is playing on both sides of the board, expanding on the king side, preparing the move g4, and waiting for the right opportunity to put the knight on c4. But it might be the case, just like in the last game, that he gets a good position, but isn't able to make progress. Let's see how Arjun defends this. You mentioned knight
c5. The knight is defending b7 pawn still, so that's fine, but he goes for b5, which makes a lot of sense. Now what's next?
Does he want b3?
Looks like it, but the pawn a3 looks very weak.
Yeah, that's an incredibly risky move. I don't think he should rush it. Again, I'm worried about Hans's clock. He's letting himself really drop. He's down 15 seconds.
He really needs to speed up now. And at the same time, Arjun is taking his time. Here he goes knight d7. He's trying to find a way to make use of this beautiful knight that he has, but it's not so simple. Like, where do you go?
Well, I think for Arjun, you just need to save your time advantage and go back and forth. And the onus is entirely on Hans right now to demonstrate any way to make progress as he dips to 13 seconds now, and he's down to 12.
Knight d7. You gotta be careful of moves like knight b6 and knight takes d5.
Exactly.
Okay, it's still fine.
It's still fine because the knight on d6 controls the rook. I mean, defends the rook on e8. So we have a repetition. I think Hans should probably just go for the draw. Although he keeps trying. Rook e7, stopping knight d7. Back to b1 goes Arjun.
Still trying.
Yeah, he keeps thinking about b3, but 5 seconds now for Hans, and he's baiting him into b3.
He wants him to play.
It. No, but now takes an f3.
Right.
I feel like Arjun is making progress again.
This position looks really good for Arjun, and his goal is in this position to milk the clock. He wants to burn that clock as much as possible because he's up 2 points on the scoreboard.
Yeah, but now Hans is getting major play down the G file, and now knight d6 going back to c4. But Arjun is just in time to return to d3.
Ooh, that looked really dangerous along the G file. And now with one pair of roosts traded off, it looks much more clear for Arjun. But Hans is still pressing here.
Hans is still pressing, but he's down to 1 second. Oh my God, he might flag. Whoa!
That's clock. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. And knight f4 looks very strong here. And all of a sudden, Arjun is better again. Knight h5 and g4. Arjun has won a pawn. I think he's going to win this game. Knight f4, and he's got a fork.
He's winning all of the pawns now. Knight g6.
And the rook. Oh my God. And Hans loses another one of these endgames.
Wow, what a turnaround.
Oh my God. And Hans is really losing the thread of the match here. He's down by 3.
I know I have played a lot of French, Danya, but I've never played knight e4.
Knight e4 there? Wow. What a move.
That
and
is
if I
not
knew
in
that,
my books.
but if you knew it got you these kinds of positions, I think you would play it every game. Up a pawn.
On my next game, it's on there.
And Hans is tilting. I mean, he's down a pawn. He just blitzed out 15 mediocre moves, and he's in trouble again.
Wow, and typically you don't even mind keeping the king in a center with the black pieces, but Arjun is going for a long castle. He's still fine, but I can see Hans having chances along this b file, which is why Arjun is going for knight a5, both defending b7, also trying to go for knight b3 once it's possible, because right now I wouldn't be so sure about it.
Arjun is just such a good bullet player. He's fast, he's challenging, he's tricky, he's resilient. Knight b3 played.
Queen takes b3, yeah?
Queen b3! I didn't realize that. I only thought rook takes b3 was possible. Great alertness by Hans.
Right, but now Arjun can go to the b file, but this knight is very strong.
Exactly, and it guards b2.
This knight might be the decider of the game, because Black has very little play here. He does have the b file, but this knight can become super strong.
But this is the third better endgame that Hans has had, and so far he's gone 0 of 2. And this might be getting into his head. Whoa.
Whoa, you did not see that happen every time.
Rook b3, my lands.
Wow.
Okay, so if knight c5, I think he wants to take on a3. Oh, rook b2, rook b2.
Oh,
rook b2, and he takes the pawns.
A lot.
Oh, knight c5 was a panicky reaction. And he's going to lose all of his pawns on the king side. Rook takes a1. And rook takes g2.
And Hans is completely collapsing in his position again.
Again. And he's not even pulling out draws in this game. In these games, he's just losing them.
She's losing them. He can try rook b5 here, but the pawns on the king side are simply falling. It's simply falling apart, and the pawn on h6 will be very fast.
Whew.
And look how nice this bishop is on c8. I mean, you can say all you want about the French bishop, but what is white able to do?
It's the hero of the game. No, it really is. It's stopping the knight infiltration. He's taking pawns at will. This should be a pretty easy win for Arjun, although he is in a bit of time pressure. And maybe Hans can try to infiltrate back down the b file.
Wow. Both players are now in the time scramble situation. And we see this move actually happen. Rook b1, rook b8, but Black has a really nice position. Okay, king c7 now with the rook attacking on a7.
Apparently it was a mistake, because rook takes a7 is check, and then he takes f7, and wait a minute, don't shovel dirt on him yet. Rook a8 forces a draw. Okay, but he's going for the win.
It's not so clear.
Can Hans pull out a miracle win here? This would be big.
Where's the bishop going? The bishop is being captured. He's giving away the bishop.
Oh, I blundered a knight!
No
my God,
way.
What was king takes c3? Hans is just totally collapsing here.
Oh my goodness, that was not supposed to happen. Hans had a great comeback in that game.
He really did. He was up a knight. He had winning chances, and then he took on c3, blundering a fork. Now, 2 games in a row where he's blundered a fork in one move.
Right, and there's still 17 minutes left on the clock, on the match clock, so there's plenty of time to come back from this, but 4 points, we're approaching the area where it's getting really difficult to come back from this.
That's exactly right. I mean, this is the part where Hans basically needs to be perfect from here on out, and it needs to start with a win. I mean, he cannot buy one in the bullet, and he's getting good positions out of every opening, or virtually every opening, and then something starts happening the moment they get into the end game.
Absolutely. And now we see with the knight on d4, like he has a really nice position, really a lot of space. You would say that the pawn structure of Hans is not the greatest, but he is able to take on d4 whenever he wants to, and then follow it up by c5. So it's not a big deal that he has those double pawns. Oh,
and
wow.
Now it's Arjun's turn to miss a fork. As Hans wins the exchange, and he has to win this one. He's up a full exchange, but this is where Arjun's incredible resilience starts kicking in, and it's not that easy. He's up. He has a pawn for the exchange.
It's not easy for Black to convert this. It's not as winning as one would say it looks like, because his bishop on g3 is very strong, and also stopping Black from playing any sort of rook move, or that is rook b8 or rook c7.
Yeah, but now queen b5. Queen b5 would have been more accurate, I think. This
Looks
is
like
still
it.
winning. This is completely winning now.
I believe it's best in Arjun's, it would be in Arjun's favor to really try to drag this game out as much as possible. There is not much for him anymore. He can still create some chances. I'm seeing chances of like bishop takes f6 and going for a repetition there, but obviously Hans will defend that. But he really needs to drag down the match clock as much as possible.
Yeah, every game, every minute is golden, but most likely, barring something insane, and he should just sit out however much time he has left. He should sit out the 20 seconds. Okay, Hans is going to win the bishop. This one's over, and he resigns.
Oh, interesting.
Would have made sense to bleed another 35, 40 seconds off the clock, which would have been pretty easy to do. But okay, it's
Absolutely.
back to a 3-point match. Still a very big lead for Arjun as he repeats the 94 line.
Maybe I should consider this, Daya. I mean,
Right,
if my partner plays knight c2, I'm more than happy with that.
Right. Okay, I'll make you a deal. I'll play knight e4, only if you play knight c2. Okay, so they've transposed into a more normal position. That knight on f7, nothing really normal about that knight, though.
It's a very odd placement for the knight, but I guess it's actually very interesting. I mean, you would rather have it on f5, but if you want to, you can play knight h6, knight f5. Not a big deal. But I would say because it's on f7, it's at least putting pressure on the e5 pawn, which could benefit Arjun in the long run. For now, the knight on f7 is doing just fine, and it seems like the pieces are still in good harmony.
That's a great point you made about the pawn on e5, and it particularly comes to mind in case white castles. Black would have had a tactic there, fe5 and knight e5, using the pin against the pawn to win a pawn. So bishop e3, Hans. But Hans has weakened a lot of these light squares in the center, giving the knight great prospects and a big time advantage.
This knight danced around the board and is now back on e4. And look what a beautiful position Black has.
He really does. Knight is coming to c4, bishop to b5. This is like the French at its best. And a 25-second advantage to boot. Trouble brewing here for Hans Niemann.
Knight goes
can't
to
afford
c4.
to lose this.
Absolutely. And it's not easy for Hans to deal with this. He stops knight c4, but there comes bishop b5, threatening knight c3 type of moves. And he goes for it anyways.
I'm not sure that I would have rushed to cash in my advantage, but okay, he's up in exchange. And Hans's biggest chance, I think, lies in the pawn on e6. Maybe move the bishop away, try to take e6. And so Arjun reinforces it with his rook. 9 seconds here for Hans. That might do him in even more than the position itself.
I didn't even realize this until you pointed it out.
No, he's been taking swaths of time on every move. Queen d1, defending d4. Still chances for white. That knight is kind of trapped.
Wow. And you can always save it by playing a5, but he's going for queen a6 instead.
Uh-oh. He had rook c1. Arjun had rook c1.
Oh my goodness. That was a missed opportunity.
The queen was making contact with e2, so you couldn't have taken the knight. Okay, now it's a game again. Bishop e6.
b4?
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh my god, and bishop takes d5, and there's back rank mate. There's back rank mate.
Oh,
I think Hans is going to pull this one out.
this is looking devastating for Arjun. He pushed too much. Now he's forced to play rook e3 and he's down material.
And now he's completely lost. He has to move his rook, and it's 2 bishops against rook. It's not over. Rook takes a3.
Okay.
It's still a game. King d6.
King d6?
What is he doing? He's letting the king run all the way forward. And now it's a game again.
He has to retreat again. But
But
how
it's
do you
lost.
trade
Bishop
the pawn?
e6.
Oh,
And Arjun is somehow holding this position
H6?
together.
g6 instead.
Okay.
This can still go anywhere. Rook e4?
The eval bar is flip-flopping and gyrating and performing all sorts of acrobatics, and so is Arjun, and he's winning Hans's pawns.
Oh, there was no f6. The bishop was hanging on e6.
Oh my god, GF. I don't think he's going to lose now. Or is he?
Okay, the
There
b
might be a
pawn
mate
is
with 2
really
bishops.
fast.
He might have to mate with 2 bishops. That's going to take a gazillion hours on the clock, though.
And now we see rook g3 check. The pawn is pushing, but it won't go far because you can't play king f4 to support the pawn. And as soon as you let go of the pawn with the rook, I mean, okay, this is a nice approach, but what's next? This bishop on f2 is simply blocking you.
No, it's over. b7, and Hans converts it. Cold-blooded.
Oh, what a
Cold-blooded.
game.
The match is down to 2. Here we go.
Very important point for Hans here. Let's see how he continues.
That was insane. He had 5 seconds and he was completely lost, and he pulls it out. And you know that Arjun yesterday, he started getting a little bit nervous against Muradli, and he had a 7-point lead. How must he be feeling now?
Let's find out. We see, and in this position, it's from the Italian, and very solid approach from both players. But there you go. Arjun is going for g4. Is he able to start an attack on the king side?
And he combines that with pressure in the center. I like White's position here, but knight g5. Wait, you can just take the pawn.
Looks like that's a free pawn. And this bishop on c8 is not doing much. Even if it gets to e6, it's quite a terrible bishop.
It really is. It is no prospect. That's great. That's a great call. White, on the other hand, has pretty easy play. The only thing that worries me here about Arjun's position are these e-pawns, which could be targeted by Black's knight, are targeted by the knight, which is why he chases it away.
And now the knight is forced to, you probably want to go to e6 rather than going to h7. It does not look like, okay, he does go to h7. He believes that knight belongs to f6 for the time being. But yeah, this is not a great position for Black. If you have to play so passively, White is definitely doing a great job then.
For sure. But Arjun is taking his time as he advances his pawn to e5. What about bishop c4 and rook e8? And Hans plays it instantly. He saw that from a mile away. Rook a5 allows queen b4 with a fork. This is, again, starting to look a little bit iffy for White. And now he's the one, Arjun is the one, down 20 full seconds on the clock.
And this is why he won knight h7. He believed he can put pressure on this pawn on e5. And now he took it.
Okay, now we have an endgame, and another one of those endgames that Hans has really struggled in the bullet so far.
Right, and Arjun is down to 20 seconds now. He is the one lower on the clock. And where does he find the play? He plays b4, and instead of following up with b5, he plays c5. What is happening? They're playing super fast.
They are playing super fast. Well, Arjun has to play fast. Hans tries to keep his foot on the gas pedal, knight e2. Oh, the knight is heading to d4 and then f5. Watch out.
Okay, the knight is going there, and very nice maneuver. And can Black stop the knight maneuvering?
No, you can't. You can't stop the knight from getting to f5. You can try to take the sting out of it, which is what Hans does. Knight f5. There's knight takes g4 check, and so he moves his king preliminarily.
Knight f5 is threatening a lot since the rook needs to hold on to that knight on e5. Otherwise, it will simply be captured because the pawn on f6 is pinned.
And still knight f5. There's this knight takes g4 trick. And Arjun defending it. Oh! And rook d6. What a sacrifice. He gets a big initiative, but is it good enough? Is it good enough?
What a decision by Arjun to go for that. Rook d7 is always in the air.
King e8 maybe? Goes e4. He tries to set up a mating net. He loses a bunch of pawns, but he stops rook d7. And Black is winning. Black is completely
Ooh,
winning. He's just taking all his pawns.
What a turn of events.
Takes in rook e4. Don't blunder a fork if you're Hans.
Knight of 596 was still there. It's not so simple. How do you make progress here with the black pieces? The knight is super strong.
You're going to have to very, very carefully, very gingerly walk your king over to the center and push the knight out of the center and eventually get to one of these pawns, probably the c4 pawn. But Arjun is trying to trade all of the pawns when taking his opportunity here. This isn't easy. You called it.
This is not very easy. Okay, but now rook f4 check.
Oh, that's a great move. You
Rook
can't take on
f1.
b7. And now it's over. b6 or k4.
This is going south very quickly, yeah.
Oh my god. Hans wins another one. There are 7 minutes to go. 6.5 now. And it's a 1-point match.
The match score is super close. Arjun is up only 1 point now. Wow.
He's just outlasting Arjun in these games. I mean, they're very, very close. But in these last 3 games, there's just that tenacity, that unwillingness to lose, even in huge time pressure. He's brought this to within a point. And another one of these French positions, which Arjun has played so well throughout the match. But can he pull one out when it matters most?
Let's find out now. Hans is spending some time here as he realizes that a5 might be a very big problem for him as the rook was undefended. So rook b3 is defended now by the queen, and we see short castle. Okay.
And notice why he played rook b3. He wanted to protect the bishop so that any knight takes e5 tactics would be futile. Now Arjun taking his time in a highly complex position, sinking his teeth into g4. Ooh, I don't know if I like giving away that bishop.
Ooh, it is a really powerful piece. You would say that this bishop is not the greatest, but it's a very defensive piece, and it could become really powerful later on.
No, this is really bad for White. Hans is doing what he has to do. He has to open up the king side. That's the only area of the board where he can attack, because a5 is coming at some point and his queen side is going to start collapsing. So he's got no time to waste. He's up 17 seconds on the clock again, though. And it's getting complicated.
Ooh. Right, and short castle now. Maybe he had the time to play e6, although e6 does allow the dark squared bishop of black to become more active. So instead we see that black won a pawn on the queen side.
But Hans is up 20 seconds, and he's assembling his pieces on the king side. He's pressuring f5. He's playing knight g5. He's opening up the f-file. He's chiseling his way into black's position. This is unclear.
Very much. And rook c4, putting pressure on the pawn d4. How do you defend that? Knight e2?
Great move.
Knight
but
h5.
he just gives up d4. He just
it's a very expensive pawn.
He had to go knight e2 and keep that protected. It was bad, but it was a game. Now it looks lost.
How do you defend the rook on e3? The diagonal of the queen towards the king is massive.
Resign. You got to resign if you're Hans. You got to give yourself time to play 2 more games. This is over. Knight c2. Oh no, knight c2, queen d3. What am I saying?
Okay, he strengthens the rooks now with rook c8.
Oh my god, can
How do you
Hans pull out
continue?
a miracle?
Oh, rook c1. Rook
Bishop
c1 on next
f1.
move, okay.
Hans still holding on for dear life, but 3:30 left. He's got to play the clock as well
Bishop
as
c4?
the score. Back to
Oh,
a6.
goodness.
But he's getting a little nervous, is Arjun. Oh, rook f1! And
Oh,
now
that's
it's
it.
actually over.
And we see resignation indeed. A 2-point difference. And
There
3 minutes
is
left
enough
on the
time.
clock.
That is enough time. Remember that as long as there is time left on the match clock, the game counts. So there is most probably enough time for 2 more games, although that's not guaranteed. If there's a long game, the match clock could expire.
Right, and we see now Arjun has a really nice position here. Hans has the pair of bishops, but look at his pawn structure and look at how little the bishops actually are able to do. The bishop on b2 is actually on a very nice spot, and c5 is not a move you want to make.
Hans has played a terrible opening, and look at that bishop on a7. As you pointed out, Anamaya, this is a disaster out of the opening for Hans. He tries to ruin White's kingside pawn structure. One chance here to create attack, but just the queen and the knight are not enough. That bishop is buried. This is losing.
You cannot move the knight to f4 because g7 was hanging, which is why he plays f6. But Arjun is holding on really well in this position.
Did not like rook g4. That sends the queen to h3 where it attacks f3. And now queen d3 defending, but maybe f5. I guess simply he takes f5. The bishop is killing black here. Oh.
Absolutely. And we see knight c4. That knight is not going anywhere.
King h8.
Rook g7?
Oh, and bishop f6. That could be a crushing move, but then rook g8, queen c3. I'm not sure.
e5. There must be something here.
Yeah, I think rook g7 is incredibly strong. He was calculating it, but he doesn't go for it. He drops.
He does not want to take the risk.
Hans with a great move there. G5 closing down the bishop. Can he pull one out here in a must-win situation in the next minute and 30?
He is taking very easy. He knows if he can drag out the clock in this game, it's match over.
And there's a minute 20 left. There's a high probability that the clock is dragged out. Hans has to play quickly to ensure that the game ends in time. And he's also lost. And knight is coming to c6.
Completely lost. Knight c6 and knight f4 is never happening in this game.
Arjun's clock is the only concerning factor, but he's playing this perfectly as the pawns rumble up the board. Hans with no play at all on the king side anymore.
Wow. What a fantastic game by Arjun. f4, and he's just crushing it on the king side.
Bishop takes g5, and there's a mating attack going on both sides of the board. This is totally, completely, and utterly winning. Arjun needs only a couple more moves to clinch the match here. And he might just wind down the clock even without winning the game. He might just win the match like that.
Absolutely. And now you can even consider playing h4, and he does it.
Oh, but
not
rook
the most
f8.
accurate.
Wait a second. Bishop takes f2. Oh my god. But he can probably bleed out the clock here. Oh my god.
16 seconds?
There is a chance now for Hans. But there's no time left on the match clock. Arjun can just bleed it out.
6 seconds left on the match clock? As long as he doesn't get checkmated right now, the game is still on.
The match is over. The time has run out. And Hans simply resigns, but it wouldn't have mattered. Unbelievable. And Arjun Erigaisi goes through to play his countryman Nihal Sarin in the final. Anamaya, what did we just see? That was incredible.
What a turnaround. Remember, Arjun was down 3 points at the start. And the fact he was able to come back from this is incredible. He showed great resistance in the 3+1 and 1+1 portion of the match. What a great performance by Arjun.
And cold-blooded performance in those last 2 games. Hans brought it down to within 1. It was a great attempt at a comeback. It's all we can expect from the JACC given the amount of bullet comebacks we've had. But Arjun, he's always looked so cold-blooded, and that calm, just assassin mentality powered through once again. Arjun Erigaisi wins the match, and we will have him here for the 2nd day in a row for an interview. So don't go anywhere. You're watching the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG. We'll have an interview with Arjun Erigaisi, the JSCC finalist, on the other side of this break. Welcome back to the Junior Speed Chess Championship presented by SIG for the second day in a row. Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi is with us in the studio. He has punched his ticket through to the finals where he will face Nihal Sarin. Arjun, thanks again for joining. We won't keep you too long, but congratulations on an amazing win against Hans Niemann. First and foremost, could you give us your overall impressions of the match and how you think you played overall?
Thank you. So it started off a bit poorly for me. He took a 4-1 lead, but the main thing for me was I wasn't really tilting as much as I did in the previous years, like 2021 and 2020. So thanks to that, I think I managed to make a comeback, and I think bullet segment is exactly where I took over.
Right. And what was your preparation for this match? We know yesterday you told us that you were going to look a little bit at the lines Hans plays. Today he decided to not go for the strange lines he has been playing. Were you happy with what was on the board?
To be honest, I did not really prepare anything. I just was freestyling too, and I knew that he made a course on this Jobber London system, so I knew quite a few ways how to play as black, and it seemed like the system with e6, bishop e7, castle, bishop d7 was working the best. So I stick to that, and I think in bullet segment in the French, I was doing pretty well. This knight c2 wasn't the best way, and he wasn't really getting best positions out of the opening.
Yeah, you really impressed us with that 94 line. That was really interesting.
Yeah, I
we
think
like that a lot.
Yeah.
So in terms of the Jababa, Arjun, does it feel good when you get, someone like Hans to deviate from what he specializes in? Is it kind of a good feeling when he starts playing d4 and c4, or do you not really pay attention to those kinds of things?
I wasn't really paying much attention because I had some idea of what he does in general, but I did not specifically check anything for this match, so I was just playing.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and what were your thoughts going into the bullet portion of the match? Obviously, the match throughout was really balanced. You were having a lead, Hans was having a lead. How did you feel about the bullet portion?
Yeah, it was very close, and I expected it to go either way. I just told myself not to tilt even if I lose 1 or 2 games, and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Makes a lot of sense.
Indeed. Arjun, last question. Of course, you will be facing Nihal Sarin in the final. Of course, you know him very, very well. Your thoughts on that match? What will your preparation look like? And what is it like for you facing Nihal in general?
We have played a few matches, but this is going to be the longest match for sure, and I really look forward to it. It will be a lot of fun in whatever happens, and I just look forward to it.
Understood. Well, Arjun, we will let you take your well-deserved rest and prepare for the final. Congratulations again on an excellent win. Thank you for joining us.
Congrats.
Thank you.
All right. And that was Arjun Erigaisi, one of the 2 JSCC finalists. He will be facing, as you can see here, Grandmaster Nihal Sarin and Amaya. That is going to be the match of matches, the matchup of matchups, however you want to put it. This is going to be epic.
The match we have been waiting for, both from India, great rising stars from India, and I'm very curious to see how this match will go down. Will Arjun be able to take down Nihal? He is so strong, so solid. We've seen him play so well throughout the JSCC. I'm really curious to see how this match will go down.
Me too. And if it's going to be anything like any of the other JSCC matches that we've seen throughout the weeks, and throughout the last few days, all of the comebacks, all of the incredible games and sacrifices, all of these players, they put everything on the line every match, and that's what makes something like the JSCC so magical. So, Anamaya, before we wrap up the show, I'll pass it to you one more time for your overall thoughts on today's match.
Today's match was epic. I am sure that the audience can agree. We saw all sorts of things happen, a lot of different openings, a lot of exciting games, tactics here and there, time scrambles. We saw everything today, what we've been hoping for, and we were not expecting any less from the players. And I am super excited for next match. The final will be very soon happening of the JSCC, and I can't wait to see that go down very soon.
And the final will occur on a date that is yet to be scheduled. We are figuring out some issues, and we will make sure to update the chess community on the chess.com website when the time is set, but it's currently not yet known. But we will have the time and the place for you on social media and on the chess.com website, and that'll be the JSCC final. You will not want to miss it, so cancel all of your obligations in the next week, just in case. But in any case, can't wait for the final. But for now, Anna Maya, as always, a great pleasure to commentate with you.
Likewise.
And, thank you. Thank you to you. Thank you to everybody in the chat on YouTube and on Twitch. Thank you to our producer, Hala, for a great broadcast, and to our entire team at chess.com. So for now, have a great rest of your Tuesday. There will be Title Tuesday. There's Title Tuesday going on right now, and there is one that starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Enjoy Title Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great rest of your Tuesday, and we hope to see you at the Junior Speed Chess Championship Final presented by SIG. Goodbye.
See you next time.